On. Good morning, everyone. On the behalf of Faculty of Integrated Medicine, Dayalbagh Institute, Agra, I, Dr. Ankita Ukharwal,
and Dr. Suman Chaudhary welcomes you all in online FDP Day 2. Yesterday, we have had a wonderful session. We have learned a lot. Dr. Sanjay Kataria spoke very well about research support service and innovation management in university libraries and overview and challenges. After that, Dr. PM Naushad Ali gave us a brief about research orientation with implementing new education policy 2020. I hope everyone have enjoyed the yesterday's session. Let's start today's session with new energy and enthusiasm. So let me brief about today's session. It includes total 3 sessions. Professor Ramesh Gaur sir will take the first session, that is from 10:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. Dr. Anand Kumar will take the second session, that is from 12:15 to 1:45 p.m. and Dr. Susmita Chakravarti will take the last session, that is from 2:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. Before starting today's session, please stand up and pray gratitude by doing prayer. Thank you, everyone. Now you all may please sit. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Ramesh Gaur. Dr. Gaur is presently Dean at Indira Gandhi International Center of Arts, New Delhi. His past assignments include University Librarian, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, TIFR, Mumbai. He was a Fulbright Scholar, VT, USA. Dr. Gaur has visited 24 countries. Dr. Gaur is the first Indian who is nominated for the member of International Advisory Committee UNESCO, member of World Program and member of UNESCO Global Task Force on Indigenous Languages. I request Dr. Gaur sir to share his valuable knowledge on research, advocacy, and promotion of academic integrity, UGC Regulation 2018. Please join us, sir.
Thank you, Ankita. Thank you, Suman. Thank Dayalbagh Education Institute for inviting me for this important program. So, as I understand, our colleague, Mr. BP Singh, has lost his father. So please have prayers for his departed soul. Rest in peace and sincere condolences to the family of Mr. VP, Dr. VP Singh. So welcome participants, and the topic which I'm going to speak is basically as a university, as a college, as an institution, what kind of research advocacy is required? What are the topics which need to be given attention or prioritization? My uh, talk will be covering almost many things which other speakers might have talked or maybe talking about it. Uh, so I will just try to make you aware that if you want to have a good university with excellent research output, what are the prerequisite and what are the various kind of policies, guidelines, including University Grant Commission guidelines. Uh, all these policies and programs, I will also give you some kind of understanding. So let me share my PPT and then I will start my talk. Just give me 1 minute. I hope you all can see my PPT.
Yes, sir.
So as you can see the topic, which is research advocacy and promotion of academic integrity with special reference to UGC plagiarism regulation 2018. When we talk about research advocacy, first we need to understand the research and the basic research and applied research, and no research is possible without a good information resource base, and also by following certain international convention regulations. uh, and also it is important that whenever we talk about research, we should talk about quality research, we should talk about new and innovative research, we should talk about the research which is beneficial to the society, research which is leading towards the betterment of the society. So in this context, uh, research is a very important topic for humanity. And when we talk about research, there are various components of research, starting from the problem formulation, like making a synopsis or making a research proposal, and then deciding on what we are going to do in this research, raising hypotheses, research questions, assumptions, and also deciding on methodology, what kind of methodology we are going to follow, various kind of data collection techniques, then data analysis techniques, and what kind of the report writing, and while report writing, what are the various kind of issues to be taken care, and finally publishing and disseminating the report. So in this entire research process, one has to adhere to certain kind of guidelines, policies, and various kind of conventions, both national, international convention. So in that context, there are a number of things which we need to take care of that. So in this regard, I will be talking about various uh, issues, maybe scientific research misconduct, falsification, fabrication, plagiarism, how to detect plagiarism, what are the consequences, how to avoid plagiarism, and also uh, what are the advantages of avoiding plagiarism. I will try to give you glimpses of each and every process. I have about 1.5 hours. I will keep near about 15 minutes, last 15 minutes for question answer session, and the rest hour and 15 minutes I will 10 minutes, whatever time is left, I will speak on the topic. Let me begin with bringing your attention to various UGC regulations and guidelines. Many of you are aware of that, and if you are not aware of that, then you must know it. For a researcher, for a faculty member, for a student, everybody need to be familiar with these regulations. The first one in this category, which was UGC Regulation 2009, in which it was clearly mentioned that all theses should be put under open access in a repository called Sodh Ganga. And I'm sure all your universities and colleges are taking care of that, and your university library should be responsible for uploading all theses, both retrospective and current one, under this Sodh Ganga repository. Then another important thing, UGC promotion of academic integrity and prevention of plagiarism in higher education institution regulation 2018. I was the member of the committee, MHRD UGC committee, which drafted these regulations. And in this context, it is important to mention here that it is mandatory for each and every university and college to implement these regulations. I will let you know more about these regulations in the next slides. Another thing which you remember, UGC used to have UGC list of journals, which was having certain issues, which was further refined and revised. And UGC care list of quality reference journal was launched in June 2019. It is also important for you to understand that you should not publish in any journal which is not part of UGC care list. In December 2019, when I was the member of that committee, I advocated that we should have a course on research and publication ethics, which was duly agreed, and a 2-credit course on research and publication ethics was approved by the UGC, and it was launched in December 2019. This course is mandatory for each and every uh, uh, PhD student, and without uh, this, you cannot complete your PhD. I'm sure all of you are running this course, and most of such workshops are maybe part of such courses. And if you are not doing, you should start for pre-PhD student as a pre-PhD coursework for PhD students. Some people were having some doubt on the definition of self-plagiarism. UGC clarified it also through a circular. Last year in September 2020, under the chairmanship of Professor Bhatnagar, who was the Vice Chancellor of BHU that time, UGC compiled a document called Guidance Document on Good Academic Research Practices. That is important to read this document, and all these documents which I am talking to you, regulations I am talking to you, are available on UGC website or other websites. So I recommend you must read all those documents before starting your research or teaching research. This regulation 2018, which was notified in 31st on 31st July 2018, is mandatory for all universities, and every university has to frame a policy keeping in view the minimum guidelines provided by this document. These are minimum guidelines. You can have frame a policy with stringent action also, but you cannot relax. Like these regulations talked about creating an awareness and training program, and this 2-credited research and publication ethics course is very much part of creating research and training, awareness and training on plagiarism. It is also important in these regulations that every university and college should ensure curbing of plagiarism, and also provide good quality plagiarism detection software. And also, the cases of plagiarism should be dealt according to these regulations, and every university and college should constitute a academic integrity panel, two levels, one at department level and one other at institution level. Like in a university, there should be a university level academic integrity panel, which is headed by vice chancellor. Then there can be each department can have a department level integrity panel. So the job of departmental integrity panel is to uh, review the cases and also investigate the matter and do the inquiry and submit its recommendation for further action, punishment, or penalties by the uh, institution level, university level academic integrity panel. And this panel can take the decision. Penalties can be decided or can be put according to these regulations. In these regulations, up to 10% similarities are not included for any punishment. These are excluded. But these 10% similarity should not be any kind of copying. It should be something which is unavoidable, common knowledge, coincidental, or something like that. Then penalties are defined on the basis of similarity percentage, level 1, level 2, level 3, according to the percentage in similarities. And for repeated offense, there are certain kind of punishment and other things. So I'm sure basically following these regulations, every university and college should have its own plagiarism regulation policy. And that regulation policy should cover, beside component of this regulation, also talk about defining various kind of plagiarism, types of plagiarism, how to detect plagiarism, how to avoid plagiarism, education guide for the both students and faculty member. What is citation? What is referencing? Bibliography and referencing. Citation style and various kind of other FAQs and other things. So this is how these regulations should be implemented. UGC care list is the list of quality reference journal. According to this, you cannot publish your article in any journal which is not part of UGC care list. In this context, you have to go to the UGC website and you have to see this UGC care list. And this list is which was announced in June 2019 is the list of journals which one should publish. And this is in two parts: Group 1, Group 2. Group 2 are the journals indexed in globally recognized databases such as Scopus and Web of Science. And all the journals included in these databases are part of list 2. List 1 or Group 1, those journals which are found qualified through UGC care protocol, mostly Indian journals, and especially discipline in the discipline of arts, humanity, languages, culture, and Indian knowledge system, or any international journal which you believe that it should be included in that. So this is the list 1. Anyone can recommend journals to be included. There is an empowered committee which decide which journals to be included in list 1 or not. This is the another important regulations and guidelines on part of UGC to enhance the quality of research. This list, also be careful that some people they start certain kind of fake journals. Like this is a list of clone journal. The AVRU is the title which is recommended by UGC care list, but somebody has started a journal, AVRU journal, very confusing. So be careful that you should only check the list available on UGC care website. Don't trust any publisher or any other list to find out which journal you should publish. This was the document I was talking, which was launched in 2020, September 2020, which provide you definition of different aspects of research like ethics, rigor, relevance, transparency, various kind of respect, impartiality, independence in doing research, accountability. So if you want to understand various terminologies related to research and academic integrity, you should read this document. This document has also advocated to set up an Office of Research Integrity, like we have IQAC. There is a recommendation that every university should have Office of Research Integrity. We have been talking about academic integrity or research integrity. What is this? Research integrity broadly refers to the thoughtful and honest adherence to relevant ethical, disciplinary, and financial standards in the promotion, design, conduct, evaluation, and sharing of research. Means starting from the problem formulation to the final dissemination of result, every point of time you have to use, and this use of honest and verifiable methods of in proposing, performing, and evaluating research, reporting research results with particular attention to adherence to rules, regulation, and guidelines may be called academic integrity or research integrity. And these norms are developed by various funding agencies or professional bodies or universities or research institutions. And many of these things are in practice, not in no written rules about it, but these practices are being followed in each and every places. Right. So when we talk about research integrity, it deals with ethics in research, and ethics in research are very broad, like starting from the problem formulation to the final dissemination of results. Each and every point we have certain kind of ethics to be followed in research, like honesty in proposing a research, honesty in data collection, honesty in data analysis, honesty in data recommendations, finalization, honesty in publishing it. So all these terminologies, objectivity in doing research, objectivity in publishing research. So all these aspects related to ethics, integrity, carefulness, openness, reliability, fairness, respect for intellectual property, use of robust research methodology, maintaining confidentiality in peer review system or in research, responsible print publication, and also for supervisors, high standards of mentorship and supervision, respect for colleagues, respect for university, respect for country, respect for society. It is important that, like, currently we are passing through a pandemic, and many people believes that this virus has been developed in China, a lab in China. If it is true, then it is against the social responsibility, your responsibility towards society. Research should not be harmful to the society. Then there is other issues, competence in doing research, legalities, there is kind of intellectual property rights, and also taking care of animal and human subject production. Research ethics are very broad and are having different meanings and importance according to the various stages in the research, various processes of the research. I'm not going to talk about each and everything. I'm going to talk about one major area which is called research and publication ethics, which is also called scientific misconduct or research misconduct. Generally, it deals with errors, falsification, uh, fabrication, and plagiarism. It is the violation of the standard codes of scholarly conduct and ethical behavior in the publication of professional scientific uh, article or monograph or anything else. So mainly research and publication ethic issues deals with authorship, data ownership, various kind of consent from the researcher and participants. Also, peer review system, various kind of conflict of interest of or obligations, various kind of funding agency guidelines, obtaining various kind of permissions and licensing policy, use of images, you should not manipulate it. Also, you should not defame anybody through research, and also various kind of animal and human subject in research. So a set of common rules among authors, editors, reviewers, and publishers to protect integrity of the scientific record based on consensus about standards and best practices ensures the integrity of the scientific record, ensure that readers can trust what they read. Means when you are publishing a research, a reader should know in that particular research what are your original ideas and what you have borrowed from other sources. That's the simplest definition of issues in research and publication, I think. So let's talk about more. Why do we do research? To contribute or to extend knowledge? How do we do this? By building on the work of others. Means no research can be done without referring existing knowledge, without referring articles or books or blogs or databases. And there is no problem. You can use whatever you want. You can make use of all kind of resources. But issue comes when you are reporting your research, when you are writing a article, when you are writing a monograph or thesis or any other uh, public domain document. So in that particular writing process or reporting of your research, you are expected to place your research in the right context to show that you are aware of what else is happening through literature review, to show that we understand where your work fits through various kind of quotations. So our report must contain an analysis of similar and relevant work and also your original ideas. And while reporting, you have to make a clear distinction between what is your own ideas, original work, what is your opinion about others, work of others, the claims of others you are reporting, and what is actually said by others verbatim, that quotation. And this work can be ideas, description, research, data, opinion, picture, figures, tables, audio, video, any digital, audio, video, or textual material. And why it is important? It is important to make that distinction because a reader, examiner, reviewer should understand difference between your own work and your opinion about the work of others, and also the verbatim word of others. Means whatever idea you have borrowed from some other need to be cited. And if you are not able to make that distinction, you are committing certain errors, and that errors may be called research or scientific misconduct. Misconduct means fabrication, falsification, plagiarism, which is also popularly called FFP, or any other practice that seriously deviates from practices commonly accepted in the discipline or in academic and research communities, generally in proposing, performing, reviewing, or reporting research and creative activities. And let's talk more about each of these. First, talk about fabrication. What is fabrication? It is an intentional act of making up data or results and recording or reporting them. It means using fake data, using doing fake research. So research which never been done. I just want to give an example. There was a student in IM Tech Chandigarh CSR lab in Chandigarh. Went to South Korea, and after returning from South Korea, he told his supervisor that he has done some good research work in South Korea, and based on the data he shown and collected, 7 articles were published in various journals. Later, it was found that that data was fake, and you know this is a kind of academic fraud, and it is also known as intentional act of plagiarism, where person knows what or she or he is doing. It is punishable offense, and punishment is the only option in such cases. Now, second thing is falsification. You are doing some research, you are not getting the desired result. You want some you do some half data collection and half manipulations. So fabrication is manipulating research materials, equipments, or process, or changing or omitting suppressing data or result without scientific or statistical justification, such that the research is not accurately represented in the research record. This would include the misinterpretation, uncertainty during such analysis of the data. So there are many examples. Alteration of data to render modification of the variances in the data, falsification of dates and experimental procedure in the study notebook, misrepresentation the results from a statistical analysis. So all these kind of manipulations are called falsification. It is also a kind of academic fraud. It is also act of intentional plagiarism, because the person who is doing it very well know it is wrong, even then person is doing it. So punishment is the only solution for that. Now let's come to the another important area, which is called plagiarism, which is very important and very popular. Plagiarism is the act of stealing someone else's work and attempting to pass it off as your own work. This can apply to any form of information in from photos or songs or audio, video, electronic or and handwritten, whatever material it is. So uh, this is somebody is not acknowledging the uh, the actual creator of the information. Uh, we have talked about intentional plagiarism, but there is some unintentional or accidental plagiarism also. What is that? Using minimal or careless paraphrasing, failing to document or cite properly, quoting excessively. Like generally speaking, you should not have more than 15 to 25% range of quotations or summarization or paraphrasing in your text. If it is more than that, it is not considered ethically. There is no written rules about it, but it is based on common practices. And also, it vary from one form of writings to another form of writing, and also kind of like one subject to other subject. Many times it is happening because people are not very confident in writing English, as we comes from different mother tongues. So in that case, somebody is just copying ideas from different sources and mixing up together, may not be familiar with international style of documentation. There are a number of other regions not good in study, or a number of plenty of regions where person is doing it knowingly, unknowingly, uh, and maybe because of ignorance. So this is called unintentional or accidental plagiarism. There is another form of plagiarism called self plagiarism, which relates to your own writings. Many people believe this is my paper, this is my book, this is my article, this is my monograph. I can use the contents whenever I want, wherever I want. This is not true. Your reference is just a reference, like my reference. So you all the rules apply to others' writings are also applied to your own use of your own writings. In that context, UGC has very clearly clarified that reproduction in part or whole of one's own previously published work without adequate citation and proper acknowledgement, and claiming the most recent work as new and original for any academic advantage, uh, amount of text recycling means self-plagiarism, and it is not acceptable. Uh, there may be some other example of self-plagiarism, like republishing the same paper already published elsewhere without due and full citation, publishing similar accepted work from a longer and previous without due and full citation, reusing data already used in published work without due and full citation, breaking up longer study like slami slicing, uh, doing paraphrasing one's on previously published work without due and full citation of the original. These all are called various kind of uh, self-plagiarism cases. When we talk about plagiarism, sometimes we call it minor plagiarism, sometimes we call it major plagiarism. Minor plagiarism are something which is mostly unintentional, or because of ignorance, because of lack of understanding, lack of knowledge about rules and regulations. In this small amount of paraphrasing, quotation, or use of diagrams, charts, etc., without adequate citation. So, in this context, mm, the by plagiarism detection tools help in removing such minor plagiarism. Major plagiarism is something that extensive use of paraphrasing or quoting without proper citation of the source, lifting directly from a text or other academic source without reference, the use of papers from essay banks and other databases, presenting another's design or concept, idea, or presenting another's continuous. Initially, like what you are doing, minor plagiarism, you are repeating again and again. There are a number of other examples, like fabrication and falsification is also a major plagiarism case. Defamation is also a major plagiarism case, and violating privacy and destruction of data, or all these comes under uh, this major plagiarism cases. Sorry. Beside that, there are some more unethical issues which one should avoid, including a colleague as an author in a paper in return of a favor, even though the colleague did not make a serious contribution to the paper. Discussing with your colleagues confidential data when you are a reviewer using an inappropriate statistical techniques, bypassing the poor review process, any kind of piracy, abuse of intellectual property rights, abuse of research resources, all it comes under unethical practices. Duplicate or we call it redundant publishing, publishing same paper or substantially similar paper with or without citation or without obtaining permission. There is a particular procedure to publish a same paper, and one has to obtain the permission from the copyright holder before submitting it to the new journal. Simultaneous publishing, like submitting same paper simultaneously in two journals, you cannot do it. Suppose a journal is being delayed, or journal is not being article is not being published. If you want to withdraw, then follow a proper procedure. Take the consent of the co-author, and then you write to the editor of the journal that we want to withdraw as your journal is delayed, and then keep all the communications. And when you are submitting it to the new journal, also inform them this article was previously submitted in so and so journal, but because of delay in publishing, we have withdrawn and we are submitting for your kind consideration. Also, salami slicing or salami publication is not allowed, means breaking up study in parts or show separate studies to increase publication count, to get more recognition, to get promotion or several funding. So you have to avoid salami slicing. Also, ghost writing, if any, need to be properly declared, and in that case, one has to properly talk about if it is an individual or company, need to be properly disclosed. So all these are the plagiarism, falsification, or fabrication, or different unethical practices. I'm sure now you have understood what do we mean by unethical practices. Now coming to consequences of these practices. Do you think this is an ethical issue only? No, it is not. There are penalties for such practices, and penalties are for both or all. Uh, in terms of a student, you may be asked to submit a new work. Your degree may be cancelled. You may be expelled from the university. Your examination can be you may require to give examination again. Your degree can be revoked. Similarly, for faculty, you can be terminated, or your increment can be stopped. You can be debarred from like taking guiding PhD student, and there's so many actions. In India, the penalties are laid down according to the this UGC regulation 2018, but uh, UGC regulation talks about minimum punishment. Maximum can be anything more than what recommended in uh, UGC guideline. All universities have their autonomy to decide on the quantum punishment, which may be equal to UGC regulation or higher. It can't be less than that. Uh, I think you should be aware that PhD is not a permanent title. It can be removed any point of time if it is found that you were engaged in some plagiarism. Even after your death, PhD title can be removed. So in this context, it is very important to understand that, like this is example of German education minister. Her PhD was found plagiarized, and she has to resign, and also her PhD title was revoked. Similarly, some doctors in Daftar Ghazi's. So you should be careful. This is the case I was referring about, IIM Tech Chandigarh, where fake data was used to publish the research. Two PhD guides found guilty of plagiarism. It was in some Pune University. Even a vice chancellor was asked to clarify. Sometimes people can take extreme steps. This gentleman, Sasai, was one of the 11 authors in one paper and one of 8 in other papers. The papers were retracted, found plagiarized, and in disgrace, he committed suicide. So, similarly, in India, an student from Veer Nirmal South Gujarat University also committed suicide in fear because the MPhil dissertation awarded to her was under investigation on the charges of plagiarism. So, um, please don't do anything because this is not good for you. It can spoil your career. It can spoil your academic reputation, which has been developed over the hard work and sincerity. Now, when we talk about publishers' point of view, publishers are very well aware of that, and there is a committee on publication ethics, which has always talked about ethical practices and guidelines. Uh, so, in this context, it is important that uh, one should be member of COPE. Almost every publisher is a member of COPE, and this is one of the criteria, fundamental criteria, to judge the quality of particular uh, journal. That is this your uh, journal is well-reputed journal or not. If you are not a member of COPE, then you may not be considered that your journal is a qualified journal or not. So in this context, it is important that one should be member of COPE. COPE has also developed a flowchart for pre-publication checking as well as post-publication checking. So in this context, it is important that one should follow these guidelines. COPE has also given certain guidelines in terms of uh, like if it is a minor case of plagiarism, then if paper has been submitted, the author has to rewrite it. If it is a major case of plagiarism, then author is required to uh, 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 the paper is rejected. In case of published paper, if it is a minor plagiarism, paper correction may be asked to do it. But if it is a minor case of major case of plagiarism, paper can be retracted. And in case of major case of plagiarism, the the publisher is taking punishment. But beside publishers, uh, the action is also taken by the institution of the individual. For example, there is a faculty working in university, and if it is found that paper has been uh, plagiarized, so in this case, university will also take action according to this UGC guidelines. So in this context, it is very important that one should avoid having this kind of any kind of plagiarism. Publishers are also taking action, which is sometime higher than what is recommended by the uh, COPE or any other agencies. They also have the guidelines. Like for example, this journal is having a policy, and they have decided to create this plagiarism in three categories: minor, intermediate, and severe. And this minor, intermediate, and severe category is having different level of punishment. Like in case of minor, a warning is given uh, to the uh, person who has done any kind of plagiarism. But in case of uh, intermediate, the apart from giving warning, the article is rejected, and also the author is not allowed to submit or publish any article for next 1 year. In case of major plagiarism, the punishment is there. Paper is being rejected, and also apart from that, the author is forbidden to publish any article of next 5 years. So in this case, it is very important to understand that uh, publisher can have higher punishment what COPE has recommended. They are not bound to follow the minimum. They can go for higher, but they cannot reduce uh, the punishment what COPE has recommended. So it is applicable in all other cases. Retraction cases are increasing. Till 2015, the retraction cases were increasing in large number, but after 2015, the cases are on decline. Reason is that now most of the publishers are having good quality uh, resources to check the plagiarism. Like they are using plagiarism detection tools like Turnitin and Authenticate. So it is easy to detect. It is very difficult to publish your plagiarized article in any journal which is not which is of quality. Maybe all reputed publishers are having. Okay, so now you know that publishers are also very careful in selecting, or many times your rejection of article is also related to plagiarism percentage or similarity percentage. Now, you may be writing 100% good article, but there are still chances that there may be some unintentional plagiarism. So better to check it. So there are two things which I want to talk to you regarding detection method. One is that every university should provide help in grammar writing softwares like Grammarly or WriteCheck. And second is that uh, good quality plagiarism detection software. Turnitin and Authenticate from the same company are one of the best software, and Urkund is also provided by this yeah, InflimNet Center to the various uh, universities who are member of ESOT Sandhu Consortia. So although all three are good, but if you have to see the which is the best software, then best software is decided on the basis of these parameters. Like the databases for content matching. Uh, Turnitin and Authenticates are connected with Crossref. Crossref is one of the largest resource base for scholarly communications. So when you are checking a content in Turnitin or Authenticate, the similarity percentage will be higher as compared to the Urkund, because Urkund is not connected with Crossref. Similarly, how many languages? 27 languages are currently there in Turnitin. I believe they are adding more. There currently there is no good quality software available for Indian languages. I believe Turnitin is working on that. There are some local Indian softwares, but I doubt about their quality because mostly they are very new, and it took time in just seeing the credibility of those. So it is very important to use any good plagiarism detection software, because it prevents plagiarism. It also help in citation verification. It also help in peer review system. It also help in various kind of other objective of achieving quality research. It may be best software, but there are still limitations. Like no good quality software or any software cannot check in non-online resources, mathematical formulas, latex files, graphs, tables, images. All these things are not possible to check through any plagiarism detection software. But it's still better to have a software to check the contents, because something which can't be checked, but there are a lot of contents which can be checked. So in this context, another important thing was one should know about the plagiarism detection software is that what to be excluded. Everything is not included in plagiarism, like bibliography, similarities related to bibliography, quotations, paraphrasing, summarization. All those things are not included in plagiarism. Also, there are some kind of minor matches, some kind of coincidental terms up to 14 consecutive words. So generally, when you check in any software, they give you similarity report. Internally, it is referred originality report. So this is the kind of similarity report. This right side is the similarities to the left side of your contents. You need to check each and every similarities. So checking similarities is another important area one should know about it. So in this context, it is very important to understand how to check it. Each and every similarity has to be verified for following things. Like, is it uh, first is about citations. Is cite incomplete citation, missing citation, wrong citation. If any citation is missing or wrong or incomplete, you should correct it. There may be something which you believe is not copying. You check if it is coincidental or it is unavoidable, like common materials and methods. And also, there may be something which unavoidable, but it is a major part. Then you should summarize and paraphrase it, and then put a citation on that. So in this context, each and everything need to be uh, uh, checked, and so wherever it is correction required, correction is to be done. Wherever something is to be deleted, something is to be deleted, and where something need to be rewritten or revised, you have to do it. And something can be excluded also, and all exclusions should be uh, uh, excluded from the similarities. So that way, one should minimize the percentage up to 10%, because as per UGC regulation, you cannot submit any research paper, book, monograph, thesis having more than 10% similarities. Uh, Ideally, it should be 0%, but it may not be possible. So be careful. Any similarities can be plagiarism, but all similarities may not be plagiarism. You have to really analyze it very well. So this is the something important thing you should know about plagiarism detection. Now let's move to the next part of my talk is how to avoid plagiarism. Plagiarism can be avoided by proper counseling, creating good culture of research. It is important for all the universities. My experience in university like JNU suggests that most of the universities are not very serious about creating a good research infrastructure. Research is taken just a PhD degree awarding process, or just getting some revenue through external funding or external project. Uh, we are not very serious about doing quality research or innovative research. First, that mindset need to be changed. And that can be done through effective leadership and clear goals, good training and support programs, good research environment and e-research infrastructure, good library information facilities, because library is the backbone of any research. By integrating IQAC library and research department, provide good incentive and recognition to your faculty and researchers. Encourage the collaboration. Also have a balance in teaching and research responsibilities. Also, it is important to create a good research infrastructure, providing access to language learning tools like Grammarly, plagiarism detection tools like Turnitin, I think it various kind of document deliveries, good databases, various kind of citation databases, various kind of reference management tools like Mendeley, EndNote, or Zotero, and you should organize various kind of author workshop and good uh, plagiarism awareness and other things should be taken care. Apart from that, while when starting a PhD program or research, you should have regular training and counseling and advise your researcher. You should be simply be honest in writing, in doing research, and must know what is plagiarism, how to detect, how to avoid it. Read very carefully guidelines provided by UGC or university or other funding agencies. Regularly attend the research and training programs on training program on research methodology or other research areas. You should also enhance the culture of reading because see, good quality research is only possible when you are a good researcher, when you know about your subject, and that knowledge can only be done by reading and writings. And if you are not reading enough, you are not a good researcher. So you should regularly visit library and also inculcate reading habit while traveling or at home or in, and different types of reading. Reading is important for subject, reading is important for societal development, for your leisure in entertainment, and also for light reading for value addition to your personality and all those things. And you should be member of various research forums and social media network platform. Research can be done by a proper planning, and a good researcher can be generated, can be prepared. You should be registered at ORCID. ORCID is a registered registry system which is free, and it is mandatory. Each and every researcher should be part of this uh, process. And if you have not registered so far, you should register on ORCID. And it has number of advantages, like whenever you want to submit an article, many publishers are already connected, and also citations are given to you only. It deals with various other issues. You should also be aware of there are various forums for research sharing to enhance the visibility for your research work and also to use research work of others. It is also important that a researcher should know how to create your profiling, research profiling, uh, by using various kind of academic social networking tools, various kind of indexing databases, how to self-archive your article in the data repository or institutional repository, and how to market yourself as a researcher. It is also important that a research can only be done when you are a good researcher. Research is combination of two terms, re and search. Re is misnomer in research. So it means it is important that you should be a good searcher. You should know how to search, what where to search, what not to search. And literature review is all about searching in current context. And it is important that consulting relevant readings, databases, and text for search, ensuring search results are easily retrievable and traceable. I- And also you should know that whatever you are searching, an information result as a result of search is current, reliable, error-free, factual, relevant, unbiased, verifiable, and provide in-depth coverage on your subject. And also you should know what you are reading, who has written it, what is the professional credential of that author which you are reading or you are referring in literature review. Does the author have the subject matter expertise on the topic? Listing relevant keywords and phrases as well as no key references. Framing research question in terms of existing literature. Revising the original research question. All these things are important. And like we all are very familiar with the Google, so we should know certain things about Google or any other standard search engines provide access to just 15 to 20% web contents. Rest 80 to 85% web contents are not indexed by the Google or any other standard search engine. Second point, when you search on Google, Google never certify the information is fake or genuine or it is uh, disinformation. Uh, so you have to very careful using information on Google. While searching on Google, the first result may not be the what you want, may not be the best you want. Like I'm searching on Open Access Journal, top Open Access Journal, and result is top Open Access Journal, Omics International. Omics International is a pedigree publisher. So in that context, it is important to understand that how to deal with this information overload. Internet is not a library, not even a digital library. Internet is part of library, that's true, but a careful understanding of how to use internet resources is very important. And in this context, it is very important to understand what is deep web, what is dark web, what is surface web. Deep web is something very important for researcher. It contains a lot of academic information and government databases. Now, how to search this deep web? There are different kind of search engines, semantic search tools and databases, meta search engines like Academic Index, general search engines in database like Oyster, academic search engines in database like Google Scholars, scientific search engines in database like GoPubMed, collaborative information databases like Delicious, open access search engine like Go. See, the dear participants, because of paucity of the time, I cannot give you the depth knowledge about each and every concept. I am having a YouTube channel in the name of Professor Ramesh C. God. I will share the link of that particular YouTube channel, and I recommend you all should subscribe to that YouTube channel because there are hundreds of my talks on these subject, including how to search on deep web. So all these detailed information is available on various. Maybe my a lot of talks are available on various aspect of research methodology and research publication ethics. So I recommend to become member of my YouTube channel. Now, when you are writing a research, the most important part in that is how to integrate various sources in your writings. Because there are two parts of your writing. One is your original ideas, and one you are borrowing from others through text, through quotation, through citation, paraphrasing, or summarizing. And when you are using any kind of source from different references, you should know what is the role of that source in your paper. You should also know that which part of the source is relevant to your writing, and why it is required. Uh, in order to make the strongest argument, you should always strike a balance between your source and your own voice. And when you are writing a paper, take help from your seniors, subordinate colleagues, and supervisor. Always try to uh, uh, write in your own words. See, nobody is expecting you to write like an expert or a professional writer from the first article, but you should, however, write like a serious, intelligent student and researcher, and cite all sources as you write your own draft, and ensure that everything you are using from other sources has been cited. There are only three ways to use other resources: summarizing, paraphrasing, and quoting. Summarizing is when you summarize, you provide your readers with a condensed version of an author's key points. A summary can be as short as few sentences or much longer, depending on the complexity of the text and the level of detail you wish to provide to your readers. But after summarization, you need to cite the source. Uh, Similarly, paraphrasing is a restatement in your own words of someone else's ideas. Changing a few words or of the original sentence does not make your writing legitimate. You must change both the words and sentence structure of the original without changing the contents, by changing the order and structure of the sentence, use synonyms and different forms of words, may change the voice and perspective. And even after doing that, you need to cite the source because idea belongs to somebody else. Quotation is another important way of using in your writings. And in this context, it is important that you should understand what is quoting, when to quote, how much to quote, how do I include quotation in my paper, quoting within quotes, how do I include long quotes in my paper, single versus double quotation, punctuating quotation. Uh, Basic rule of thumb in all discipline is that you should only quote directly from a text when it is important for your readers to see the actual language used by the author of the source. Quotation is not to increase the number of the words. There is no limitation. You can use as much as you want. If quote is enclosed in quotation marks, if it is up to 39 words. If it is more than 39 or 40 words, it stands alone without quotation marks and is indented 5 spaces from the left margin. Uh, you don't require anybody's permission to quote, because right to quote or right of quotation or quotation right is one of the copyright exception provided by the Berne Convention Article 10. So you just need to give citation to that quotation. You don't require anybody's permission, author or publisher. When to use single quotation, when to use double quotation, when to punctuate. All these things are important to learn. But my suggestion is that instead of learning these rules, you should learn use of some reference management tools which automatically take care of quotations and other things. There are certain things called common knowledge, a well-known fact, information that is likely to appear in numerous sources and to be familiar to a large number of people. This is the only time you do not need to cite information. But whenever there is doubt, you must cite it. Example of common knowledge can be smoke can cause respiratory disease such as emphysema and cancer. This is repeated at several places. Like social distancing is to be maintained to avoid or to protect from the COVID-19. That is also common knowledge. There are a few more things like plagiarism and group work. Some assignment and assigned practical tasks require you to work in groups. Sometimes you will submit a single piece of work as a joint report, and other times you will work together but submit a separate report. Remember to give credit where the credit is due in all cases. A PhD student can include research papers, provided your research papers are published during the period of the research on the topic of the research and researcher is the first author. So in your thesis, you can include these papers. But if you don't have copyright permission, then you need to take copyright permission. But if you want to convert that thesis as a book, that time you have to withdraw it. You can't include those papers in the book, but it can include in the thesis. It is also important thing that to avoid plagiarism, you should understand referencing. Referencing, many of the errors are because of poor referencing. In that context, what is citation? How do I cite? When do I need to cite? Difference between bibliography and annotated bibliography, difference between references and bibliography, reference between endnotes and footnotes or footnotes. All these things should be known to you. Because citation is simply means clearly giving credit where credit is due, but that credit has to be given in a certain format, and because of that there are certain citation style, like MLA, Modern Language Association citation style, American Psychological Association citation style, or American Chemical Society citation style. And these citation style have different rendering of the bibliographic information. So like in this MLA citation, if you are giving reference to book, the year of the publication is given in the end, but the same reference in the APA citation style, year is given along with the surname. So this is the difference of the rendering, and this is the difference in the rendering of article, a book chapter, or a monograph, or a blog or RSS feed. So in this context, it is important. Instead of learning all those big manuals, I think you should learn some tools for reference, automated reference services. Like there are a number of several of tools, but EndNote is one of the most important tool or very useful tool, which is marketed by Cleveretics or Thomson Writer, available free with Web of Science. Mendeley is another very good tools. Mendeley Desktop and Mendeley Web it is available in two versions, and both should be used. Mendeley Web is having limitation up to 12 gigabytes. I'm sure this training program might have some session on Mendeley. I don't have time to talk more about Mendeley. I think some classes should be taken on Mendeley. Mendeley has number of good things. Like it is a very good research organizer. Like you can put your all research in progress, all your current research, your future research, or ongoing past research. Everything can be put in a single desktop view of the Mendeley. And instead of reading an article, you should read an article on Mendeley. What is the advantage? Because it's a very good annotator, a PDF annotator. In this context, when you are reading your article, just like in photocopying, you do underlining, highlighting, and some comments. Same thing you can do it in a PDF file while reading in Mendeley. And once you close the PDF file, all comments are automatically saved. And when you are writing your thesis or a research article, go to MS Word and click on insert quotation. And when you come to this Mendeley and choose the particular text as a quotation and insert quotation, quotation will be automatically inserted in your uh, paper or thesis. Numbering will be given, reference list will be generated. And whenever you want to change the style from APA to MLA, it is on click of button. So all these things are wonderful part of Mendeley. Or Zotero is another very good software. One should know about it. Uh, the another thing which I want you to understand, I think you can listen my talk on this pediatric journal or my YouTube channel. It is important to know what is a pediatric journal, how to avoid publishing in a pediatric journal, and how to choose a quality journal. It is very important for you to understand that publishing in low quality journal is always destroying your research work. So it is also important that you should know how to check the predatory journals. There are certain good quality journals. How to find out good quality journals? All these things are there on my talks available on my YouTube channel. You may listen to it. uh, there are a number of databases provided by different publishers. So you need to prepare an author and an abstract and the title of the article. And by using that, you can find out which is the most suitable, relevant article to your research. And then you need to look for that article in your uh, research, like in care list. Is it part of the care list or not? Only then you should submit. See, before writing an article, you should choose for which journal you are writing this article. SpyHub is the another database to check quality journal. Biley Journal Finder, Springer Journal Suggester. Cleveretic is also having a journal citation report, which also helps. Apart from that, you should also know about various kind of indexing things, like how to know about visibility and your H index or citations. So all these impact factor and all kind of things should be known to you, like how to calculate impact factor, what is the criteria of uh, immediacy index, and all those things should be covered. And you should be member of, you should also register on Google Scholar, which also help you in different kind of citations and other things. It is important to understand all these indexing parameters also. So let me conclude so I can have some time for interaction with you. Plagiarism or any kind of research misconduct needs serious attention. It must be prevented at all levels. And it can be done by proper awareness and counseling and a good training program. Your library is the best place to guide you about good quality resources, as well as helping in avoiding plagiarism, because librarian is a domain expert in that area. And with these words, I just want to close it here. Thank you very much to all my uh, authors of the resources which I have used in this presentation. I have properly marked it, but maybe any omission is duly regretted. Uh, Now, these are my email IDs. You are free to uh, write to me for any clarification or any further guidance. Uh, and I have kept some time for interaction with all of you because you might have some questions which you may like to ask. Don't worry about the topic. You can ask me anything on research or anything related to the areas I have just covered in this presentation. Thank you very much for your patience listening. I'm coming to the platform now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge on respective topic. Now it's time for discussion with Dr. Gaurav. If anyone wants to ask the question, please drop in chat box. I request Dr. Gaurav, sir, please go through chat box for questions.
Okay. So first question in that is, you see, sir, can you share this material? As I have already informed you that my all talks are available on uh, my YouTube channel, and if you wish, I can send the PPT also. So there is no problem in sharing. Now there is something somebody is asking, any tips on reducing the percentage of plagiarism? Yes, my entire presentation is all about that also. The first thing is that try to write as much as possible in your own language. Uh, Second tip is that when you are writing a paper, whatever idea, text you are borrowing from any other source, you must cite it. Uh, it may be uh, very helpful in reducing percentage of plagiarism. And also, it is important that use authenticated information, because sometimes if there is any source which is already plagiarized, and if you are using a plagiarized source, you are also committing errors. So these are the few tips which can help you in reducing the similarity percentage. Next question is, Khushbu is asking, how much important is professional membership for research? What kind of membership one should look for it? Khushbu, I have given several uh, platforms names in the presentation. You should be part of each and every platform. You should be part of Orchid, you should be part of ResearchGate or Academia, and all those kind of social networking platform like Twitter or Facebook or LinkedIn, and also SlideShare, and there are a number of research data repository also. So there is no harm in having as many as membership you want. And Shefali is asking, Shefali just asking, I was some, she's just appreciating. I was, and then Madan Singh, I was submitting a paper to Scopus Journal based on my PhD thesis. Paper is found plagiarism based Sodh Ganga repository. What is solution for that? See, basically, in such cases, you should give a declaration that Sodh Ganga is a uh, open access repository which contains all the thesis of Indian researcher. So there is no similarity. So that declaration, because you cannot uh, avoid, in your report you can exclude it, but if others are checking it, they may be finding it uh, uh, problematic. So best thing is that give a declaration that this paper is based on my thesis, which is which has been deposited for open access in a eSoth Ganga repository. Give the link of that repository. So tomorrow, if suppose some publisher or anybody is checking your contents, they know that it is a legal. It is not a copy. Then unintentional plagiarism is still considered plagiarism. How to avoid it? I think I have given you several ways of avoiding unintentional plagiarism in my talk. And the most important thing is that be confident in writing, write in your own language, avoid anything without citation. Whatever you are using, you should cite it, and you must check it using some software like Turnitin or Authenticate to avoid plagiarism. Another good thing to avoid plagiarism, unintentional plagiarism, is that you must use Grammarly. Grammarly is a software which help in grammar correction, as well as it also help in uh, plagiarism checking. Some level of plagiarism checking is also possible through Grammarly. So I recommend you all should use Grammarly. Grammarly free version is also available, but it may have some limited scope only. The best thing is that your university and college should subscribe Grammarly. Okay, Mayola, good morning, sir. In spite of having a good quality paper, it is difficult to get it published in Scopus. Mayola, I agree with you that there is a limitation of getting published or every article in good quality journal. But my suggestion is that don't worry about the quality of the publisher. You should see the journal. And my recommendation to all researcher, budding researcher, good researcher, is that they should try to choose good quality open access journals, because many time open access journal help you in creating your credibility. It also help you in giving you an opportunity to known to the people, because there are chances more and more people can read your research on open access journal. And even publishing in a Indian journal, which may not be on Scopus, but if it is part of UGC care list, is good. Don't worry about the that only research is considered. Now we are in a internet digital age, and wherever something is available on internet, people are trying to read it. So definitely you need to because many time your all articles cannot be published in high quality journals. You have to choose some journals which are of uh, good use and good topics and good editorial board. Okay, so and this, I think, Moyola, I have already answered your question. Now, Kazul is asking, uh, we give citation and references, then also it comes under plagiarism. Kazul, if you give right citation or references, it will never come under plagiarism. It is when your citation is incomplete or references are not properly linked, only then it comes in plagiarism. I have already mentioned you that it is best to learn Mendeley or any other reference management tools, and don't do manually. Don't use citation references manually, because if you do it manually, there are chances of some errors. So you should use automatic citation that help in correct citation. And in this case, there are less chances of errors. Okay, Anand, how to know that whatever we are going to any area of research, what is already started by another person? Uh, See, there is a number of ways to find out it. Uh, like suppose the first thing I recommend to all of you, if you want to start a research, there are good uh, electronic thesis databases. One is in India, that is Sodhganga. Another is there is a organization called NDLTD. NDLTD org is the site name. I am one of the board of director of that particular group. It contains 60 lakhs, 6 million thesis records from worldwide universities. So you can find out that which particular topic has already been covered. That's the one way of knowing about the research. Another is Google is also having a thing called fact checker, And Google Fact Checker also help in various uh, uh, like uh, 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 various ways of knowing about the various contents which are already uh, done, or research is already done. So there are a number of ways to know what is the research in progress. Or okay, Ravindran, how we assure that we have collected all material in particular research area, online or offline? There is no 100% way of knowing it. But the most important thing is, don't think you have collected all material. You should try to have the best material required for your research. And that can only be through, first, through library, because library contains all the relevant authenticated peer reviews information. Second is that you should only search on authenticated databases, like I've talked about deep web search. So in every discipline there are different kind of deep web search engines, so you should use those deep web search engines. Another is that many times your supervisor or other people can guide you about the good quality journal in your area of interest. So you should look for most relevant research for your uh, resources for your research. Not all the relevant resources, most appropriate and most relevant, and there are ways to search it. Rajesh is asking, UGC list, care list keeps on changing. It is actually very difficult to research. See, let me give you one very clear information on that. It is important that when you are submitting your paper, you should check the UGC care list at that time only. So whatever journal you are publishing, it should be in the UGC care list at that time. After that, this journal is there or not there, it doesn't make any difference for you, because it is important the date you are submitting your article, that journal should be part of UGC care list. Should not worry about UGC list is changing or adding or deleting journals. It is not your business. Your business is that when you are submitting your article and you have selected a journal, that journal should be part of UGC care list. Mohan is asking, what are the best practices and standard of COPE and WAMI for researchers? I think the COPE is more concerned about use of ethical norms in avoiding plagiarism. That's why they have developed flow chart for pre-publication checking and post-publication checking. WAMI is a very detailed website. I recommend, if you want to know about quality of a journal or various kind of parameters about journal, how to judge the quality of journal, WAMI is more suitable if you want to know about quality journal. If you want to start a journal, WAMI is more about uh, journal's quality, its website, its parameters, and other scope. I hope you understand the difference. Okay, and what else? So I think I have answered almost all the questions. Uh, Dr. Shefali, then she's I was submitted a paper to Scopus Journal based on my PhD thesis. I've already answered that. Don't worry about that, because Scopus Journal based on my PhD thesis paper is found plagiarism based on the repository. I've already answered that, so there is no problem in. Yes, unintentional plagiarism is also a plagiarism, and I've already explained about that. So I hope I have answered all questions. If anybody is having any other question which you want to ask me, please feel free to unmute and let me know. The Ankita and Suman, I hope I have answered each and every questions. If you have anything, please let me know.
Thank you, sir. The session was very informative. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. So with your permission, now I have a number of things to do in my office. I would like to take leave and wish you all the very best. And please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now there is a small break. Stay connected and kindly join us back accordingly at 12:10 p.m. sharp for the second session.
Welcome back again. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Anand Kumar. He is an assistant professor in Jagat Guru Ram Bhadracharya Handicapped University, Chitrakoot, UP. He has over 7 years of teaching and research experience. His research interests includes artificial intelligence, semiotic web, science communication, knowledge management, and ontology design, etc. Being a researcher and writer, he has published 5 book chapters and more than 35 research papers in various national and international journals, including Scopus, Web of Science Index journals, and conference proceedings. He has delivered a good number of invited talks in national and international conferences and seminars. He is the member of editorial board of International Journal of Information Technology and Engineering Scienceware Canada. He is also a reviewer of various national and international journals and conferences. I request Dr. Kumar to share his valuable knowledge on academic writing with Grammarly. Please join, sir. Sir, you are not audible. Sir, your voice is not coming. Sir, still not coming. So please check your mic.
Yes, now it is audible. Hello.
Yes, yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, madam. Can I share my PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is visible.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
So can I start my session? Can
Yes.
I start my session?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, madam, for nice introduction. Very good afternoon to all. I express my heartiest thanks to Professor P.K. Kalra sir, Chief Patron of DCFDP and Director of Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Agra. Patron of this workshop, Dr. Rajneesh Sharma sir, Principal Faculty of Integrated Medicine, Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Agra, and Mr. B.P. Singh sir, Program Coordinator of this FDP and Librarian of Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Agra, for inviting me. My heartiest thanks to all valuable participants. Without your participation, this FDP definitely not become successful. So now I will start. I am going to start my presentation of this session. The session highlighter, that is the academic writing and Grammarly. Now I have divided this presentation into two parts. First one, that is the academic writing. Second one, that is the Grammarly. Now I will cover the what is the academic writing, types of the academic writing, principle of academic writing, their processes, tips for imagining academic writing, what we can do and cannot do with the academic writing, and some success key for writing good and effective for academic purpose. And another part, that is the Grammarly. In this part, we will cover what is the Grammarly, how to set up Grammarly, and how we install the Grammarly extension with the application. Another thing, that is the subscription of Grammarly, and we will also discuss about the Grammarly applications which are available now. Now, before going to the topic, that is the academic writing, just see this image. And on the top of this image, there is a question, that is it is hard to write. Means what will be our answer of on the basis of this image? Definitely we can say yes, because definitely we can say yes, because we need some principles, some processes, and some effective key points which are make the effective writings in academic purpose. So now in this slide we discuss what is academic writing. Just see here, the academic writing, there is a two words, that one is the academic, another is the writing. It means that we are talking about the writing which are written for academic purpose. So we can say that the academic writing means that the writing in such a way that your information sound credible and authoritative. Means that what we are writing for the perspective of the academic, that should be credible information, that should be authoritative information. So means that again we present the information or transmit the idea as effectively and as economically perspective with the academic writing. It means that we do not use the long words in the academic writing to make the effective, to improve the effectiveness and to improve the quality of the academic writing. We cannot use the long words. Another thing, complicated sentences, that is also useful for making the effective writing. That means that we cannot use the complicated sentences. Complicated sentences cannot make the effective academic writing, and not use the lot of colons and semicolons. Further thing, finding more academic sounding words in the thesaurus means that if we writing for the academic purpose, it means that we cannot use the more sounding words from the thesaurus which make the effective academic writing. So we cannot do this to make the effective academic writings. Another thing, the academic writing, that is the structured research. There is an important thing, that is the structured research. One writing, that is the unstructured writing, another that is the structured writing. Unstructured writing, for example, we write the activities of a person of a whole day. So in that case, we can write the activity not in their perspective, their particular manner. But in the research perspective, when we writing something, then we should follow the structured research methodology, structured research writing formats. For example, when we writing something for the research perspective, if we write the conclusion first and write the introduction at the last of the writing, so what will happen? That make the research writing totally unstructured, because the who will read that research, who will read that writing, that will not understand about the introductory ideas of that writing. So we should follow the structured writing format when we writing the academic, when we writing for the academic purpose. So that is structured research written by the scholar for the another scholar. In words of the scholar, all the people who are writing for the academic purpose, that will comes under the scholar. So it means that the academic writing should be factual. One thing, this is the important thing, factual. We write anything, any sentence in the research, in the academic, for the academic purpose, that should depend on facts, that will be not imaginary. So we keep in the mind when we writing for the academic purpose, the writing should be factual. Another thing that is the objective. They have some objective. Without objective, we cannot write the effective writing. We cannot attract the audience. We cannot attract the readers towards our writings. So another important thing, that is the academic writing should be objective. They have some objectives, and that objective should be fulfilled in our writing. Another important thing, that is the formal. Yes, academic writing is a formal writing. There is a some standard format, and we should follow that format to make our writing effective. So we need to keep in the mind when we writing for the academic purpose. Now comes to the types of academic writing. How many types of academic writing is there? There are number of types of academic writing is there, but we have taken some common types which are generally used for the academic, in the academic writing. There are 7 types which are commonly used in academic area. One thing, that is the essay writing, research paper, thesis and dissertation, that is also used for the academic purpose. Research proposal is also there, literature review, library report, and another thing, that is the annotated bibliography. So we will discuss all these types in detail in the next slide. So essay, one thing is that when we write the essay, that is the fairly short, and they will contain self argument. And another thing, that is the based on the questions which was given by the instructor, and we will given the answer, we will given the arguments in our writing when we write the essay. Another, that is the research paper. Research paper, this is the in-depth investigation based on the independent research. Definitely, when we write something and that writing is based on the factual, it means that fact is already available. So when we write the research paper, that is based on the some independent writing, and on that independent writing, we write the research paper for the academic purpose. And in this case, in this type of writing, we should respond the questions which was chosen by the researchers. Basically, when a researcher is writing a research paper, they may be taken some questions as objectives. They may be taken some, they may be decided some objectives. So we should cover all the answers of the questions. We will cover all the satisfactory actions, satisfactory answers of the questions during the writing of the research paper. Now, third one, that is the thesis oblique dissertation. No doubt, this is the large and final research project which was taken at the end of the degree. And in this case, basically the topic that was mostly chosen by the scholars. So the thesis and dissertation, that is also comes under the academic writing. The fourth one, that is the research proposal. Basically, research proposal, this is the potential document on a particular topic with their plan and their future actions, and that is written for some objectives, to find some objectives, to find some goals. So this type of the documents is the research proposal. Another, that is the literature review. In the literature review, basically this is the critical analysis of the existing research on a topic. Yes, when we write a research paper or a research proposal for academic purpose, then we should analyze the existing research on that topic. This is the important thing. So in a literature review, when we include the literature review during our academic writing, then we should critically analyze all the existing research on that topic and retain the information in a order way, and getting some new piece of the research, some new piece of the ideas, some new piece of the objectives. So such kind of the document, such kind of the academic writing is called the literature review. Another, that is the lab reports. Yes, lab reports also comes under the academic writing. They have some aims, they have some methods, how we will achieve that aims, and which method we will apply to get that aims, that will also discuss in the report. Their results will be discussed, and finally the conclusion of the lab experiment, that will also discuss in the lab report. Now, seventh, that is the annotated bibliography. This is the list of the references with the short description, which are mostly used with the thesis writing, with the lab report, with the research project, with the research paper. These types of writing we can use. So there are 7 common types of the academic writing which I have discussed here. Now comes to the principles of the academic writing. There are some principles which we should adopt to make the effective academic writing for the academician, for the publishers. So we should, if we follow these principles, definitely we will make the easy academic writing in the future. So there are some clear purpose, audience engagement, clear point of view, single focus, logical organization, strong support, clear and complete explanation, effective use of research, correct APA style and writing style. These are the 10 principles that is commonly used for the academic writing. It is not limited here. Only 10 principles is there. There are many number of principles is there. Some principles is covered with the combination of this principle. So first one, that is the clear purpose. Yes, definitely. When we writing for the academic purpose, we should have the clear purpose. We should have the questions for the purpose of the writing. Why we are writing this document? So we should have these questions when we writing something for the academic purpose. Another thing, we should have the answer and answer of the question which are proposed on the topic. Yes, when we started writing on a particular topic, then we have some questions and we should give the answer of that questions when we writing, we going to restart the academic writing. And there are three most common purposes for which academic writing will be done. That is the persuasive purpose, analytical purpose, and informative purpose. So these are the most three common purpose for which we writing for the academic area. Another, that is the audience engagement. Yes, academic writing is directed to a specific audience in the mind. Yes, we writing for the purpose of academic, we should keep in the mind for a specific audience. For example, this FDP, when this FDP, the proposal of this FDP will be designed, then that time they will decide the audience who will attend this FDP. So it is important thing when we writing for the academic purpose. We should keep in the mind about the audience, and according to the audience, we should write the document. Another, that is the engage them with your idea and catch their interest with your writing style. Yes, that is also important. We should engage the audience with our ideas which we are writing in that document. We're not getting the ideas from the audience and then we start the writing. That is not the good thing. It means that when we start the writing, we should start the writing of the document in such a way that our idea catches the interest of the audience, and also our writing style. That is also important. One thing is there also, that is the use the appropriate reasoning and evidence to convince them for your ideas. Yeah, definitely when we were writing on a specific ideas, then when we prove that ideas, then we should give appropriate reasoning and appropriate evidence which is required for that ideas. So all these things will engage the audience about the academic writing. Another, that is the clear point of view. Yes, right. What we are writing in the document, we should have a clear point of view. We clearly write the sentences in our writing. That sentences also easily understandable, should be understood by the audience, should be understood by the readers. So therefore it is an important point to clear point of view. Clear point of view about the ideas, about the presentation, about the research, and about the goal of the writings. We all these perspectives, we should have clear point of view. We should write all these points with the clear point of view. And definitely writing will have and support our own original ideas about the topic. Definitely, when we're writing anything for the academic purpose, then in that writing, the topic will should cover our original ideas. So we should clearly mention the evidence, clearly mention the logics to prove that ideas that is correct or not correct. Another, that is the single focus. Yes, every paragraph of writing will support the thesis statement. Thesis statement, basically this is the topic, this is the questions, this is the objectives, this is the questions which we have set as a goal for our writings. So each and every paragraph in the writing, in the academic writing, will focus with a single goal. Means they will give the information for a particular ideas, for a single ideas, we can say like that. So another thing, that is there will be no unnecessary, irrelevant, unimportant and contradictory information when we are writing the paragraph. We should keep in the mind, when we writing the sentence, when we writing the paragraph, then there will be no unnecessary information, irrelevant information, unimportant information, and there should be no any other contradictory information when we writing a paragraph. Means that a paragraph not give the dwell information which we are like to give the audience. Another, that is the logical organization. Definitely, in academic writing, we should follow the logical organization of the subtopics. We should follow the standard organizational pattern to writing for the academic purpose. Means that there will be introduction, that there will be some other body, there will be methodology, there will be objectives, there will be conclusion, there may be literature review. So we should organize these blocks, we should organize these headlines, we should organize these headings, subheadings with a logical relevant, in a logical relevant pattern, and each paragraph logically leads to the next one. Yes, Definitely. When we move to the one block to another block, then each paragraph should leads logically by to the next paragraph. So when we organize the writing as a logically with a standard logical pattern, then we should keep all these points in the mind. Another, that is the strong support. Yes, definitely each paragraph has sufficient and relevant support for the topic sentence and thesis statement. We writing the paragraph to prove our ideas and attract the audience. For that perspective, we should give the sufficient and relevant support for the topic sentence, for the objective, for the ideas. And this support which will consist of facts, they may be consist examples, they may be consist they may be have descriptions, personal experience and expert opinion, and their quotations they may be have all these things when we write the paragraph with the strong supports. The clear and complete explanation. Yeah, we should think hard about the ideas with the logical perspective, with the evidence perspective, and with the present scenario perspective also. We should think hard, and we should give the complete explanation about the ideas, about the topics, about the thesis sentence, because the audience should understand easily about the objectives, about the ideas. The thoughts of the writing and thought processes should be clearly and completely explained. Yes, if we think different from a particular ideas, from a particular logic, from a particular objectives, then we should clearly write our ideas, our thought process that will easily understand by the audience, understand by the reader. Effective use of research. Yes, when we writing for the academic purpose, we should use the effective research. Writing should refer to a variant of current high quality professional and academic sources. Yes, definitely. When we writing for the research perspective, for the academic purpose, we should follow the current researches, various current researches, various high quality of researches, professional and some academic sources to make our research effective. Another thing, source material will be introduced, analyzed, explained, and then cited. Yes, definitely. When we taken some information, some ideas, some thinking, some perspective from the another research, then we should properly cite that source. We should properly introduce that source. We properly analyze that source, and we should clearly explain that source in to make the research effective. Another thing, we should follow the research and APA style guide 2010 covers this topic. Basically, APA style guide 2010 that will cover this topic in depth. Another, that is the correct APA style. Yeah, when we writing the references, so the all academic papers should follow the guidelines of the American Psychological Association as found in the research and APA style guides 2010. Oh, sorry. Now last one, that is the writing style. Yes. Do not try to write like a boring, overly formal scholarly articles. Yes. We cannot try to write such kind of articles that will be that will not produce the interest among the reader. Such kind of writing style we should not follow. That kind of writing style. Use the natural conversational style that can use in the classroom. Yes, definitely. That kind of we should use that kind of style. That style is easily understood by the reader, understand by the audiences. That style should be used in the writing. Writing should be clear, conscious, and easy to read. Yes, it is also very important that there are no grammar, spelling, punctuation, or vocabulary mistakes in the academic writing. This one is the important thing for the academic writing. There will be no error with the grammar perspective, with the spelling perspective, with the punctuation and vocabulary mistakes. All these mistakes will not in the academic writing. So another thing, that is the academic writing process. Basically, the process, that is the systematic series of actions, systematic series of steps that we will follow, that steps to achieve a particular goals, to achieve a particular ends. So this is called the process. So in the academic writing, there are some steps. When we will follow these steps, so we can make our writing effective. Again, sorry, there is a 8 steps is there. That is the selection of topic, and that is the thing about the topic. You should deep think about the topic. That is also called the brainstorming. We should think with all the perspective about the topics. Another, that is the research planning, that is called the outlines, writing, revisioning, editing, and proofreading. When we follow these process, then we can make our academic writing effective. So comes to the step 1, that is detailed in this slide. Step 1, that is the selection of topic. So we should start the writing with a few ideas, and we write all the ideas which comes in our mind, and then select the best one ideas from all that ideas which we have written for on a particular topic. And on the basis of that ideas, then we select a topic. First thing, there are number of ideas comes in the mind, and we should write that ideas and then select a best ideas, and then on the basis of that ideas we can select a topic, and again we write the questions on the basis of that topics. Yes, when we written something on a particular topic, then we have number of questions which we will cover in our academic writing. So we should write the questions that is based on that topic. basically the writing of the questions on a topic that is the best practice to writing something for the academic purpose. We should write the topic, we should write the goals, we should write the objectives in a question type. Now, what will the characteristic of a good topics? How we will select a topic that is a good for our writing? So, number one, that is the questions does not have a single answer. Yes, keep in the mind, when we going to select a good topic, then the question which we have written for that topic, that questions not have a simple answer. And question is worth answering. Yeah, that question should have some relevant answer. That question should have some relevant answer. Writing will achieve its purpose. Yes. You are interested in the topic. Yes. When we are going to select a topic, we should keep in the mind with our interest. In which topic is our interest is more, in which topic our interest is least or less. So we should keep in the mind on this perspective. Topic has right size of the length of the writing. For example, if we write a topic 4 or 5 lines, then that is not a good topic for the writing. So we should select a topic for a right size of the length of the writing. Again, we should select such kind of topics which have some standard length of the writing, not have the indefined length of the writings. So that kind of topic we cannot select for the academic writing. There is enough information available in reliable source. Yes, when we are going to select a topic, we should have the reliable information about that topic, enough reliable information about that topic, then we select that topic for the academic writing. Yeah, we have enough time to do what we need to do. Yes, definitely. For example, if we have a sort of time and we have selected a topic that will need a long frame of time, so that topic is not relevant as a perspective of the time limit. So when we select a topic, we should keep in our mind about the time limitations. That is the step second. That is the thinking. That is also called the brainstorming. We have selected a topic. We have written the number of questions about that topic. Then the next step, we should deeply think about that topic. We deeply think about the answer, about the full answer of that topic, of all the question of that topic. So write down all the possible answers of the questions and written down all the information, all the opinion, and all the questions about the topic. Yes, definitely. When we are going for the brainstorming for a topic, then during the brainstorming, we can get a large number of questions about that topic. So we should write down that questions during the step second, that is the brainstorming steps. Now third one, that is the research. Yeah, doing good research takes time, definitely. When we go for the good research, then that research definitely takes the time. So first thing, keep in the mind. Another thing, doing general research to learn more about topic, but you will continue doing research throughout the writing process. Yeah, definitely. In third step, it means not that we can think all the perspective about the topic, about the questions in the step third. It means that is over for that topic. No, the research activity, research actions, and this step is throughout the writing process. We thinking, we research, our research is going on, hold the writing to complete the writing documents. Another that is make a basic outline and then a detailed line. Definitely, we make the basic outlines and then further make the detailed outlines about that. For example, we taken a subsections and we research about subsections with the topic. Then we research about that topic, and there may be a there may be some subsections is also of that sections. So all these perspectives, we should write the basic outlines and then we write the detailed outlines in research steps. Another, that is the fourth step, that is the planning, means outline. Yes, we should prepare the basic outlines and choosing the ordering of that point. In our outline, we write some points. So we should arrange that points in some order. This activity comes under the planning step. Breaking sections into smaller parts. Yes, if there will be possible to breaking a sections in a smaller part, then we can do in the planning steps. Prepare the detailed outline and divide into paragraphs. Yes, definitely. After the basic outlines, after their arrangement, we should prepare the detailed outline. We should ordering the detailed outline and divide into that outline into paragraphs. Another step, that is the writing. Yes, now the writing process is start from here. After 4 steps, we should begin to start to write until the end. Means that we have selected a topic, we have brainstorming on that topic and research on that topic, and then planning to sections, subsections, and paragraph. Then after that, we write all these things. We write the details about the paragraph until the end of the writing. Know how to use the source material. Yes, definitely. When we writing, when we will start the writing, we should know about how to use the source material, how to use the referencing material. We should know about that. Be aware of the plagiarism. Yes, right. This is the important nowadays. Write down the source whenever use everything from the source. Yes, right. That thing should be write down. If we are writing something, use something from the another resource. Now that is the sixth step, that is the revision. Revision is the heart of writing. Dayalbagh that is said that revision is the heart of writing. Means that when we write something, and if we not revise our writing, there may be possible with a lot number of mistakes. So writing, we should revise our writing. They may be revised in number of times. So revision, that is the heart of the writing. Before revision, we need to know what to fix. How can we find out? Yes, definitely. Before start the revision, we should know what we are doing to the fix, what we are doing to the correct, which mistakes we need to correct in the revision, and how we find to, to the correct evidence about that mistakes. All these things we should know in a revision process. Read every sentence of your paper and rewrite your paper as an audience. Definitely. At last, we should read our paper as an audience, not as a writer. So all these points we should keep in the mind when we are going for the revision process of a academic writing. Now, step 7, that is the editing. Editing will make our writing more precious and easier to understand. Yes, definitely. So editing, it is important to make, to engage the audience and bond the interest about the ideas. For that purpose, editing process is important. When editing, examine every sentence. Definitely, when we are going for editing, then definitely we examine each and every sentence during the editing process. A grammar resource and a English to English dictionary are both helpful editing tools. Yes, definitely we can use the editing tools to make our writing precious and easier to understand. Nowadays, there are number of editing tools available here. One tool we will cover in this session, that is the Grammarly. Yes, now proofreading. The best way to proofreading, that is the print the paper and see the mistakes. Because on a computer screen, there are some mistakes that we cannot see on computer screen. So the best way of the proofreading, we should print the paper and then go for proofreading. We start with the last sentence and read the paper sentence by sentence, going backward. Yes, right. We start our writing with the last sentence and read each and every sentence of the paper and go the backward. Cover all the other lines with another piece of paper. Point your pen at each word. Yes, definitely. If we going for the proofreading, we can point the pen each and every word during the proofreading steps. Think about the grammars. Yes, for each and every sentence, we should think about the grammar, should think about the spelling, should think about the punctuation, their capitalization, and meaning of the each word. If you are unsure about anything, use a dictionary or a grammar book. If you are still unsure, mark the line and ask someone for help. Yes, definitely this is the good way for the proofreading. Fix any mistakes that you found. Yes, definitely. During the proofreading, when we find some mistakes, then we should fix that mistakes. Print your paper and proofreading it. We can repeat the proofreading by printing the paper. Now there are some tips which is good, good for academic writing. I think I have half an hour here, so speedily we covered remaining slides. These steps set miserable writing goals. Yeah, definitely. I think I had covered some ideas about that in a previous slide. So we should measure the writing goals when we start the writings. Another tips, that is the visualize writing a great paper. Yeah, definitely. What we have the ideas, what we have set our goal for the writing, we should write on a paper. Plan what you will write each day. Yes, when we writing something that is not on a day task, they will take number of days. So for that purpose, we should have a plan to write the document, write the document for each day. So use a timer to help you focus. Yeah, definitely. We should set the timer to focus about the writing. We should we should fix a time of a day for the writing purpose. Create a writing habit. Yes, definitely. We should create writing habit in our inner heart for the effective academic writing. Eliminate our distractions. Yes, definitely. Which distractions, which bond disturbance in the writing, definitely that we should eliminate that distractions, like a cell phone. Definitely we should silence the cell phone, turn off the email notification, ignore the social media. All these kind of distractions we should eliminate during the academic writing. Writing something every day. Yeah, it's right. If we're writing for an academic purpose, then we should write something each and every day. Write hot and edit code. Yeah, definitely. During the edit process, we should keep our mind cool, because there may be lot number of mistakes will be there. So we should write hot and edit with a cold mind. Get feedback on your academic writing. We can get the feedback for the revision process with a group of the people. Read academic writing. Yeah, definitely. When we are going for the academic writing, we should read the academic writing which are available nowadays. So all these steps, that is make the effective academic writing. So another, that is the do and do not for academic writing. Yeah, we can use the formal language. Do not use the contradiction. Do impersonal and objective. That should be clear and concise information. Use the cautious language when making unsupported assertions. Be practice and avoid ambiguity. Use specialist and subject vocabulary. Yeah, definitely. Reference the work of other writers in the field when we are using the information of that work. What we cannot do not use the contradiction, do not use the slog, do not use the phrasal verb, do not use on run expression like that, easy dot is and so on, like that. This type of expression we do not use in the academic writing. Make assertions and arguments without supportive evidence. Use bullet. Do not use bullet point, numbered list or noted. These kind of uh, things not used in the academic writing. You do not use the direct questions. Yes, we cannot use the direct questions in academic writing. That will make the effective academic writing. There is some success key of the academic writing. We should have plan. We should have a basic plan and detailed plan before the academic writing, or when we start the academic writing, we should have a basic plan and their detailed plan. We should have a critical thinking about the ideas, about the topic, about the questions. We should have enough number of referencing that should have when we start the academic writing on a particular topic. Yes, we should have well supported points for that ideas, for that topics. Evidence based arguments. Yeah, when we going to write for the academic purpose on a particular goal, then we should have the argument that is based on the evidence. Means that they have the reference, logical development, and another key success, that is the grammar. We should keep in the mind when we writing for the academic purpose, grammar, that is also important thing. Now the another part, that is the grammarly. Basically the grammarly, this is the language checker tools. Basically this is the English language checker tools. Sorry, not English, this is the language checker tools, because it checks number of language is there. Grammarly is an English language writing enhancement platform developed by the Grammarly, and it was launched in the 2019. Grammarly's proofreading and plagiarism detection resources check more than 250 grammar rules. Yes, right. In the Grammarly tools, there are 250 grammar languages there, and we can improve the writing, improve the plagiarism by using these grammar rules and by using the plagiarism detection resources. Now, how we can install the Grammarly browser instance? Basically, the Grammarly, that is not only used for the academic writing, that is also used for the email writing, that is also used for the social media. So we can install the Grammarly with the browser extension, and at present we can use the Grammarly extension with the Chrome, that is the version 51 or newer version, Safari, Firefox, and Microsoft Edge. Now there is some other browser which is not support to the Grammarly checker tools, that is the Opera, Brave. These browsers are not supported to the Grammarly browser extension. Now this is some some steps which we can follow to set up the Grammarly. That is now the first one, that is the open the grammarly.com, and if you have a login ID, then go on login ID, enter the login, and enter the password, and you can open the Grammarly. And if you have not an account, then you go to the sign up tab and then make your ID for the Grammarly. Another thing, after sign up, you can log out, you should log out from your account and then again log in it. In some cases, Grammarly will ask for the access code. Then we can apply the access code like that, 8x plus dot dot something is there. That kind of codes you can apply on the Grammarly for the login perspective. After login, you can download and install the Grammarly setup for the Windows. Yeah, this is the these are some subscription plans of the Grammarly. There is a free plan is here for the individuals for the basic writing corrections, and this plan only provide the 3 features, that is the grammar correction, that is the spelling and punctuation. Only 3 features is available in a free plan. Another, that is the individual, that is the premium plan for the individuals. So including the features of the free plan, there are number of other features which are included in the premium plan. That is the fluency also included in the premium plan. Readability, that is also included. Word choice, yeah, which word is appropriate for that writing, that word should be checked by the Grammarly in the premium plan. Another is the plagiarism detection. Yes, this feature is not available in the free plan. So plagiarism detection is also activated in the premium plan. Inclusive language, formality level, and additional advanced corrections, some additional advanced questions is also there, that is included in the premium plan. Now third one, that is the business plan, which is used for a team. In this plan include all the features which are available in the pre-plan, in the premium plan, and including that features, they have some another features, that is the company style guide. Yes, that will also check these things. Admin panel, centralized billing, these kind of facility also provided in a business subscription of the Grammarly. Priority email support, account roles and permissions, and single sign on, all these kinds of the features are provided in the business plan of the Grammarly. Now these are the some Grammarly applications which we can use with our Microsoft Office, with the Windows, and with our browsers, and we can also use the Grammarly application with with our phone also. Now at last, what we will do with the Grammarly? Definitely we will improve our academic writing skills with the help of the Grammarly and with the help of the all principles, by using the principles and processes of the academic writing. Now we have ended my presentation here, but just see how we can use the Grammarly application. Yes, just within, I will take.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. The
Yes,
session was very wonderful and
ma'am, please just I will take 5 to 10 minutes to show something on Grammarly if time permit to me.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, it is visible. It is visible. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now I have opened Grammarly.com web portal here, and I have logged on with my ID here. So there are different tabs here. My Grammarly is here, account applications tab is here, here supports, and there is a log out option. Again, I think just see. Yeah. Yeah, when we going to check our writing by using the Grammarly, then we should type this grammarly.com, and there is an option of login. Then click on this option, login option. If we have an account, then we just click on the login option. Sorry, I think internet is slow. Oh, no. Creating, yeah, this, yeah, sign in. So if we have an account, then we just write the email ID and continue, and then enter the password. If we have not a account, so there is a statement, I do not have an account, then click on that. And if you have account on Facebook, Google, or in your Apple phone, then you can log in with this. So I have an account on Google, Google Gmail. So just click on Gmail. Sorry for that, I have slow internet here. Yeah. Actually, it's now it is login, and just see here. Here is a different tabs is here, like that. My Grammarly account apps which I have covered in my presentation, premium, supports, and logout. This when we go for the grammar checking for by using these tools. Actually, Internet is going slow. So much time taking. Yeah. Yeah. Here is the account setting is here. We can set the information about the account here according to uh, our convenient. Just see one thing is here, then I will stop the presentation here. Yeah. How we will check the document by using the Grammarly? There is a two way. One thing, we can select, copy and paste the content here, and then we can correct that sentence. Another thing, that is, we can upload the documents here like that. We can paste the content here and we can correct the sentence. Another way, we can upload the documents, yes, upload the files from this type by using this type. Sign in, then go to the new uploads, and after that upload the document. For example, just I will take any document from this. Just I will. Yeah. Now the content of the uploaded documents. Yeah. We can set our goals from by using these types, by using these types. For example, audience, which kind of audience for which you write the document. Formalities like as domain, like as tones, which type of tones you need to set up here. So but this facility is not available for the free version. So we can set the goal for a document when we going for checking by using the Grammarly. Yeah. Now the content of what happened. Content of the uploaded file is shown here in this block. Actually, internet is slow is there. Here, this block. Yeah, content is shown here. Just wait. It is processing now. Yeah, all these these points, these features is there, which was which is processed with this document. Yeah. Yeah. Now the document has been processed and there are some errors in this document, like as here the grammar error in a assistant and as assistant is in a original document. Now the error detection, it should be an assistant, not as assistant only, it should be as an assistant. So you can correct this thing by just click on this and correct, yeah, correct the original document, like that. Again, the next grammar detection, that is the experiences. We can fix this problem, this mistakes, by on clicking on these words. Just click on this. Yeah, not it will not experiences, it will experience. Yeah, correct it. So in such a way we can check the document by uploading on grammarly.com. I think you all are something understand with this presentation, and thanks to all the participants for patience to listen me before 1.5 hours. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Let's have question answer session. So please go through the chat box for the questions. If anybody wants to ask the question, please drop your question in the chat box. Sir, your voice is not. Sir, your voice is not coming. You are muted.
Yeah, in chat box someone asking questions about the subscription charges. Yes, we can go through the website, web portal, and we can get the charges. What will be the charges for a particular plan? We can get from there. And someone asking how a paraphrasing tool is helpful in academic writing. Could you please explain with the example, especially free version? Actually, I have not used the paraphrasing tools for the academic writing, so I am unable. Sorry for that. I am unable to explain for that tools. Another question. Someone asking, you can rely on Grammarly, especially for original research content. Not a question. How is it useful to learn LaTeX? Someone asked, yes, we can upload the LaTeX document on Grammarly portal, and we can check which kind of facility we can subscribe through the Grammarly. Yeah.
Anybody else wants
Yes,
to
madam.
ask the
Yeah.
question?
Yeah.
There is one more question in the chat box.
No more question is there, madam.
One more question. So let's end our session here. Thank you, sir, for your informative session. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Okay. Now you all may proceed for the lunch and please kindly join back at 2:20 p.m. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
And did you receive my PPT? I have sent email the PPT to the link that you have given me for joining. In answer to that email, I have sent you the PPT.
Ma'am, I have sent you the new email ID. Please send your PPT on that.
We have sent your text message.
Please check your inbox.
Text message or WhatsApp?
Text message.
Okay. Okay. This is CAO. cao.dei.ac.in. Okay. I will just
At the rate.
Chat box में डाल दो.
okay.
Ma'am, it is cao@dei.ac.in.
Okay. I am forwarding okay, to cao.dei at
Ma'am, CEO at the rate, not dot.
CAO.
ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা এখানে ভুল আছে আচ্ছা cao@dei একই okay
Yeah.
okay you see whether you receive it or it has been sent. Please see.
Yes, ma'am, we received.
And can you please check the change the background to the program this my background should be changed to okay. If you have anything to say, you can WhatsApp or something. Okay. WhatsApp number is 900-771-3548.
Ma'am, we cannot change the background. Sorry for that.
No, that is all right. If you need to communicate with me during the presentation, okay, please WhatsApp me to 900-771-3548.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, please drop your number in the chat box. We will be very thankful.
Okay, okay. Chat box. Okay. 900-73548.
PPT of Dr. Chakrabarty is getting started. We are downloading it. Till then, let's start the session.
When are we going to start the session?
It's downloading.
Okay.
So welcome back again. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Sushmita Chakrabarty. She is a professor in University of Calcutta. She was a Commonwealth Fellow and a visiting academic in University College London, United Kingdom. She has awarded for Bonnick Hilditch International Librarian Award, San Diego, USA 2013. Momentum Press Award, Boston, USA 2014. SLA Rising Star Award, Vancouver, Canada 2015. And Calcutta University Gold Medal in 1994. She has written few books and many papers in journals and conferences. She has presented keynote addresses in many international conferences. I request Professor Chakrabarty to share her knowledge on e-information sources, accessibility and discovery in academic institutions.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. Can you please share my PPT and I will start.
Yes, ma'am, it's in process.
Okay. Welcome, dear participants, and thanks, a big thanks to DEI, Dayalbagh Educational Institute, for organizing a faculty development program. As we know, it benefits all of us, all LIS professionals from India and abroad, to go through different educational concerns and to discuss that in a podium of distinguished fellow professionals. So again, I am grateful that I am getting this podium for sharing my 2 pence to this idea, and I hope that I will have a scope of learning from all of you. Most of you are educational professionals, faculties, teaching faculties, or academic professionals from various universities and college libraries. So you have contributed a lot towards the user reach, user experience, and I hope that at the end of my session, I will have learned so many things from you, from your experience, and we can enrich each other's learning zone by sharing our experiences, visions, and also ideas. So next slide, please. As we know, we are not having a very light time. It is a very tough time, endangered by roadblocks caused by pandemic situation, as we can see from this picture. But we definitely shall overcome with our combined force of the LIS community. Together, we can surmount, overcome all the hurdles posed by this threat of pandemic, and we can continue to offer our patrons valued experiences of rich information gathering and dissemination. Next, please. So, as we know, World Wide Web is the vast storehouse of knowledge, information, as well as misinformation too. So it has revolutionized all the ways scholarly communication used to take place. Previous days of invisible colleges, written communication, sending notes to fellow scientists, all are gone. Now, information superhighway is changing us towards a new set of skills, new set of modes of information gathering, information generation, and information usage. So we must be careful about the threats that is posed by dark web. As we know, most of this World Wide Web is not seen by the users commonly. So in the open arena, there is only tip of the iceberg visible by all of us, and this dark thing looms far behind within many areas of this web. So be careful. That there lies the importance of the librarians. These librarians are the persons who are forming digital libraries, getting only authenticated quality information from this web, developing digital libraries and allied resources where you can have all the information ethics standards preserved. Qualities of information will be authentic and authoritative, and all information will be valuable because there are a set of evaluation criteria followed by the LIS professionals. There lies the importance, significance, and the role of LIS professionals in this digital world. Next, please. So there are numerous references to what e-resource is. So e-resource, as we know it, is the combination of all kinds of references, resources, information, knowledge, data, everything available in different formats, be it text, be it graphics, image, maps, moving image, music, sounds, so many other things are there. So in our traditional libraries, resource used to signify print resources where text and images were the forefront of formats. But now we are having so many multimedia components within this reference frame. We have to rethink about what resource is. So e-resource or electronic resource is encompassing all kinds of learning objects, as we can perceive from the libraries, archives, and museums, which is signified by LAM concept. So learning objects from anywhere of the territory can be termed as e-resource if it is digitally available, that is machine readable, and it can be processed by machine. So it can be just 2-3 pages of data analysis, just data sheets gathered by one researcher. So if we can get that data sheet from the data bank, we don't have to repeat same data collection process once over. So this is very significant that all types of resources should be preserved with right amount of metadata. And we know that the most significant and popular metadata is now DCMI initiative, Dublin Core initiatives, and there are so many other initiatives available for different different types of resources. So we should go through it clearly, cleverly use which sets of metadata are suitable for our kind of e-resources. Next, please. So this is just an image used for a basic understanding of e-resources. Here are the e-journals, electronic journals are there, which is the most used category of e-resources used by scientists and researchers, and also the industrial users. So many, even agricultural users are using journals. Journals are the, speedy vehicle of knowledge. Journals are the first vehicle through which the knowledge comes to the users. Then there are the e-books, electronic books. There are the beautiful books combined along with now, sometimes it is combined with other multimedia components too, not only print and image. It can combine, especially multimedia dictionaries, combine so many other sound, music, so many other components of information. So formats are changing first. There is the e-reserve. This you can use these for furthering away your research progress or your educational progress. There are the library catalogs, OPACs, and other things. There even you can go through interlibrary loan services, distance education through e-resources. As you know, IGNU, Indira Gandhi Open University, is providing classes with these class materials supplied by e-resources, which is used universally by so many Indian scholars. And sometimes it is being used from abroad also. There is this library information that is also part of e-resource, you can say, because it is available now digitally. And libraries or academic institutes also are sending all news and announcements in the form of digital communication. So those are also important pieces of information, because just now in Calcutta University, in Library Information Science Department, we did total online interviews and selection procedure of PhD candidates. So all the information was received by the candidates through digital means. So news and announcements are very important e-resource. It is becoming gradually an important communication tool. Next, please. So what are the different types of e-resources that we usually deal with? There are the electronic books. There are the, as you know, electronic books are widely popular among the Google generation nowadays. We used to have storybooks, 2-3 novels with us when we were traveling somewhere, but nowadays people will have Kindle and other resources to access e-books with storybooks, textbooks, whatever, through that digital format, and they are more comfortable. This Google generation is more comfortable to using for using tabs rather than using a real printed novel. So there are the e-journals, electronic journals, which are the spine of our research and development system. We find early publication of research reports within these journals. And previously, it used to take long for the printing process to complete one journal. So after you submit the article, it took a long time for getting the published versions to the readers everywhere in the world. But now, thanks to these electronic journals, we can send the report of our research so speedily across global citizens of researchers. So there is this beautiful variety of e-resource, which is electronic thesis and dissertation. The international very, very important initiative is NDLTD, Network Digital Library of Thesis and Dissertation, which is one authentic source of thesis. The earliest example of ETD was Vidyanidhi in India, thanks to the initiative taken by Professor Shalini Woods of Mysore University. Then UGC came in a big way in this field, and all of us are using the ETD, electronic thesis and dissertation, available in the UGC storehouse. I think all of us here have used UGC databases for thesis. And last but not the least, many of the educational institutes, the famous ones at least, like IISc Bangalore and others, they are preserving their own ETD resources. So they have this ETD at IISc, which can be accessed by all researchers around the globe. Next are the electronic newspapers. You know, our days used to start with the noise of turning the pages of a newspaper. In Bengal, at least, it was, even it is now, an everyday habit to have your tea with one or two newspapers, just going through important news, and while coming back after day's work, you used to go through the news in detail. But nowadays, people are having less time, and also their habits are being changed. They are going through the electronic online newspapers online through their mobile or other gadgets, even while they are traveling or doing something else. In between, they're searching for important news. So e-newspapers is trying to replace the print version of their siblings. Another very important area for these electronic resources is open educational resources. As we know, open access movement is a very big movement, very important movement. It has ushered these OER resources into having more and more promotion of materials into this domain. And open educational resources have so many important things, like it has e-learning materials, study materials, PPTs on different aspects. It has also tutorial. Now the main idea is to have YouTube lectures on different important topics. Even workshops are being done through that medium, and OER is having so many different types of open software resources, open lectures, so many things. So MIT, IISc, so many other important educational institutes are producing their own OER resources. And in India too, many of our Raman Research Institute, IISc Bangalore, and so many other important institutes are the propagator of OER resources in a big way. In these e-resources, storehouses are of various types. We have the digital libraries with all set of rules and procedures and authenticated quality information. You can see the modern counterpart of our old traditional libraries with many added services and values. we have the institutional repositories. You know that organizational output can be visualized through your institutional repositories. It is very, very beneficial for enhancing the digital impact, digital visibility of your institute. So academic institutes, most of them are building their institutional repositories, which will showcase the publications of their researchers, teachers, and various other things that concern that institute. There are the digital archives too. Archives, as the name signifies, symbolizes artifacts, elements, which is important historically. So educational institutes, many of them are having digital archives, which will host all the historical documents of that educational institute. Like in Calcutta University Archive, we will have all the minutes of the meetings, important syndicate, senate meetings, the acts and laws of the university, and deed of the land, history of the institute, and important speeches made by the vice chancellors from the earliest one till date. So there are so many historically important elements. If one wants to do a research, he will get a storehouse which is beautifully rich. Next, please. So we are having these resources from so many other friends are related with supplying these resources. So who are these friends? We need e-resource providers. So as we know, we used to have suppliers or vendors as provider of resources. Now for electronic resources, along with vendors or suppliers, we can have a new provider also. Publishers sometimes are becoming vendors in providing e-resources. So like big academic institutes also are donning the coat of publisher and supplying us so many useful digital resources. Just like Oxford University Press, it is a renowned press associated with a renowned university. It publishes beautiful, thoughtful, important textbooks and other reference collections. And now as vendor, it is directly supplying many important resources to its clients. So these are there. And so we have the publishers, we have the vendors, we have the academic institutes as directly communicating with its clientele, and we have the concept of aggregators. Aggregators are collecting resources, electronic resources from various sources. They are collocating them into separate bundles, and they are giving you, providing you support for accessing those resources. But there is the problem with aggregator. It lies in you are not having freedom to choose which exactly do you want, because in every bundle they have collocated, there are some that you need, there are some that you want, and there are some that you don't want to have. So all three types, you are bound to take it or leave it. So here is one important category. You have to remember that negotiation, your skill of negotiation is a very emergent skill required in any librarian of college or a university who have funds to purchase electronic resources. He or she should keep in mind, as large a group they can form, he will have more bargaining power, more negotiation power for having the resources of his or her choice. So, formation of consortia came into being in the print era, but they are much more useful in today's world, where these aggregators should be fought, or we should have dialogues with them, keep on having dialogue so long they can satisfy all our needs, and so long we can get what we want, not the unnecessary burden of extra unnecessary resources which are not relevant for my user group. So there are the search engines like JGate, our own. So through JGate, you can have a total visibility of many resources together. So it is a door, you can say, to the resource base of electronic resources, and it can help your way to those jungle of resources. You will not lose your way if you have the help of such kind of services. So you can have so many different types of electronic resources. You must have something on reference and citation, Chicago Manual of Style, or anything else, APA or something else. You must have some reference resources like yearbooks. You must have at least our LIS scholars, while pursuing their PhD program, they must need LISA, Library Information Science Abstracts, and also other abstracting services like ILSA. ILSA is in print, online version is not available. So Indian Library Science Abstract must go online to satisfy the needs of our scholars. We must have some citation services through which our scholars can benefit their research work, and also when we are doing a research work, a postdoc or a teachers doing research work, they need the benefit of having SciFind Scholar, Scopus, Web of Science. Those are today's important tools which are being possessed by most of the university libraries and many and important organizations of educational institutes. Many a times we forget the statistics is the binding stone of our scholarly publications. Statistical tools must be there, be that indiastat.com, which is a bit costly and single user, most of the people are buying it single user version. There are central statistical organization, so open access tools also we should go for. There are the doctoral databases provided by UGC and other resources. There are the journals we must have. Economic Political Weekly is one of the oldest, and we are really proud that so long it is going on with so little resources. So so American Chemical Society, British Journal of British Psychiatric Society, so many are scholarly publishers over there. We choose very diligently, with all our antenna being very alert. We choose according to the needs of our patrons, our clientele, our users, not to show off that we are having this and this, but to give a right reader, right book at the right moment. That is even true today as it was true yesterday in the print era. So for ebooks, there are these Oxford and so many other important beneficiaries. Next, please. Next, please. Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Next slide, please. So, discovery tools. So far, we were talking about the jungle of e-resources. Jungle in the sense that if you do not have any finding aid, any help, any guide to show you the way, you can get lost. So, to give you some light, some guiding benefits, there are these discovery tools which provides you a single search experience. Just you search the web through Google, you search all your electronic resources through a discovery tool, a single search tool. It will help you search across your online catalog, databases, journals, books, whatever you have in e-resource domain. So it is an online tool that enables libraries to search seamlessly without any hindrance across all your content. The digital discovery service providers, how they can do that? Because they are getting the metadata, full text, etc. from the vendor from whom you have bought your resource, e-resource. They are supplying these discovery service providers all the required metadata and full text so that they can get you a tool for discover all nooks and corners of your big universe of knowledge made by your electronic resources. Next, please. So in this e-resource domain, some of the associated terms are all the digital library software like Greenstone by that Waikato University, New Zealand, but now a thriving community global on global basis. There is this space, MIT experience with HP. So we can say that librarians are really doing great things. They are initiating so many great things, and then they have been aided by the IT professionals. There is this old digital library software from olden times, ePrint. So to create our own digital library, we can use any one of those, or there are some other we can use from, but these three are the most popularly known. There are the Open Archives initiative. You must remember about OAI-PMH, metadata harvesting protocol. If you are forming in institutional repository, you must have your repository based on all the standards available globally. You should harvest your metadata in the correct way. Your information, your IRs, institutional repository must be OAI compliant so that you can have interoperability with all IRs based on the chosen keywords by you. A very useful experience in this regard is DRTC experience of librarians digital library, where Professor A.R.D. Prasad has harvested metadata on LIS domain. So in LDL, you can have so many important useful articles. It used to be very active experience till few years ago. I have searched, but I don't know the present status. But LDL should be one experience like Vidyanidhi, which should inspire us to move forward for forming such important institutional repositories, and which follows metadata harvesting protocols and which are totally interoperable with all same subject institutional repositories. There is this Open Software Foundation, we know, that great Open Software Foundation, which has revolutionized the arena of software coming into the open domain, and all the think tanks of the world are designing better and better and better open source software. Every hour, the global community is working on the different aspects, and whenever you are using the beta version, you are giving your views, what are the loopholes in that project, and someone from some country are trying to rectify that. So they call it fixing the bugs. So someone will fix the bug, and it will be more dynamic software, and then you will go to the stage 2, same process will repeat. With this open access, this Creative Commons license came into being. Initially, we used to think that whatever I have created, I have thought, I have written, I have composed, I have visualized, it will be owned only by me. But with this concept of open access, the whole world of scholars are thinking about having the most important aspects of sharing and caring. So the scholars nowadays are not that competitive lot, but they are the compatriots towards knowledge creation. So open access movement has ushered us towards a better world where scholars and researchers are collaborating to find new ideas. Someone is finding an idea, someone is implementing it, someone is going a bit further and having some more inputs, and all together we are preparing a better information product than before. So open access movement has the stalwarts like Peter Subek. As you know, when you go through open access movement literature, you will see what open access movement means by Peter Subek. Peter Subek's open access timelines, okay, all chronological development history of open access, you can find it there. So open access movement is going strong for so many years. And you know that Project Gutenberg started that interesting idea of having text versions of all novels, important classic novels, for the readership of global citizens. So from there, we have moved a long way, and we are having so many different things in open access arena. Now, not only generation and sharing of open access movement will lead us to a fruitful endeavor. If we do not have we do not form our consortia based on our common range of interests. So all the educational institutes, they are going towards this idea of consortia more and more, because as we know, this budget crunch is not making it possible for anyone to buy all the resources possible. So in this electronic era where we are having so many digital resources, these e-resources can be shared easily through the consortia approach. So IIM's Indian Institute of Management, they have their own consortia because they share same interest, same subject range, and there are other consortia also which are having their own user base. But we have to remember, while forming consortia, we must remember the basic policy making before formation of consortia, making a well-knit policy, then job distribution, interest area depiction, access points depiction, who will have how much access and when, what will be the resource description, resource division will be how much share will be borne by which institute. There are so many other criteria should be clearly delineated before you go through a successful implementation of a consortia. Next, please. So for discovery tools, the best way is to use the services provided by the vendors. Vendors of, that is large vendors, who are the big ones, they are already in the field with their discovery tool available with them. So ProQuest has its Primo, and also Summon, EBS CO, they have their own discovery service. Wildcat helps you to discover so many things available in your storehouse. So you can collaborate with any of these services to go through the pyramidical structure of your resources to serve your clientele in a single window discovery system. There are other open access people who are trying to use their skills as developer of tools which will help in the same way. So user can select the licensed vendors, and it can be integrated with the catalogs and resources. So recently I have gone through one such very important initiative done by MIT and associates, LeaveHub initiative, which is used for increasing visibility in the web for the libraries. Next, please. So now we will deal with one problem sometimes. So what e-resources we should possess for our libraries. So here we are coming from different backgrounds, from colleges, universities in different zones of India, and our staff are of varied nature. Our funds are of varied kind. So as an example of important electronic resources, I have showcased two of the important libraries. Okay, the very first modern Indian library, University of Calcutta, e-resources. You can find here all the e-resources available in University of Calcutta. Okay, next please. We will come to it later. Okay. So as I was telling you, various times libraries have tried to develop discovery systems, discovery tools suitable for their libraries. Such an experimentations I have showcased here. Library, University of Derby Library has partnership with EBSCO Information Services. The goal is to have unique search interfaces, innovative search interfaces, so that they can give their users a very improved, enhanced kind of experience into the e-resource use. For that, what they are doing, they are having clearer icons, linking full text journal articles with abstracts. So users, when they are going through the abstract and interested in going through the full text of the journal article, they can go through that very clear, big icons directly to the full text. They at University of Derby, they have also created with EBSCO, of course, created apps which links to additional online resource. They are experimenting with different interface so that the design and style are more appropriate, more attractive, more user-friendly, and more accessible for the users. They are also considering all the visibility approach. As we are going towards a society, inclusive society, so we should go forward so that our electronic resource can be used by our differently abled users, which we call now Dibbangan users. So for them also visibility options are important. Next is user feedback. For this is very important for prototyping every discovery tool you are using at the present moment. Go through prototyping and then getting user feedback, and then only you go towards a kind of going big. You do not go big scale before you have repeatedly prototyped and feedback has been received well in advance, and you have worked on the feedback to get a better information experience by the users. So consultation, user engagement, IT professional and librarian and library committee staff, proper coordination, all are required. Next, please. Next slide, please. So, no. Earlier one. Earlier one, please. So, no. No, not this one. This one. So, we have our big university library at University of Delhi Library. We know the library of our pride because it is situated in our capital, Rajdhani mein hai. So this one is the example for many of us. So this is the link for resources, e-resources held by this library. So you can see that how simple and effective interface they have produced. See, only very sober, subdued colors. That is one important layout design plan, which is very effective for academic interface. And they have given e-resources A to Z, and they have given journal. Next one, please. Journal resources. They have given other kinds of resources. All resources have been given like that. Next, please. So remote access at Delhi University. They have provided not only on-campus access, but also remote access through this login by user ID and password. And they have told their users that whatever login ID and password they are using for on-campus access, they can use that for remote access too. Next, please. So these are some of the e-books available at Delhi University Library. Next, please. These are also e-books. Next. So e-journals are so varied, you cannot fix them in 1 page, 2 page, 3 page. So this is the link, and these can use as a reference, a framework for us to search for good journals. So all academic institutes should go through the e-resources of the famous universities, and at one point to get a comprehensive list of e-resources, as well as every educational institute should go through the list of e-resources purchased, subscribed, open accessed by same subject libraries, educational institute of same subjects, so that they can get general resources list as well as subject resources list, and combining all points, going through all of them, only then you can form a selected list for satisfying needs of your customers. Next, please. Next, please. So discovery services, some examples we have gone through. So what they do, they EBSCO Discovery Service, it allows institutions to select licensed packages, and content is easily selected by subject collection, copyright year by copyright year, or consortial list. So there are various access points for searching and collecting content. Primo also licensed packages select karte hai, and also they can go by material type. They can limit your search by copyright year, and they have that downloader tool also. Someone from Springer Nature content, it can help you discover their collections as well as licensed packages, and they can individually, you can do it individually or through your consortia, discover the resources from their services. WorldCat use one single search for resources and collections, and libraries can select the collections they have licensed to make their collections discoverable. Next, please. So now that we are going through a new phase of services in terms of services, in terms of resources, in terms of space and everything, and our mindsets are also changing. So we should think out of the box ideas. So traditionally, when we used to come to the school library or college library, the first board we used to see a big silence. Here you have to be very hush. You cannot talk. You cannot shout with joy when you find a very good book that you are searching for quite a long period of time. So what you do, you just silently tiptoe through the floor, collect your things and get out, or read very quietly. But this whole concept of silence has been challenged time and again by the new gen librarians. So now we think that people are not coming to the library even before the pandemic. One of the reasons being we have made the library a sacred place. It is kind of, a very grand, very grand and gambhir, what you say, very kind of very scarce. You will be scared to enter here, and there will be lectures on don't do this, don't do that. So people do not enjoy that experience. So if you want to keep them to see your resources, to access, many a time we use them for accessing resources in-house. So if you want your library to be filled with joy and joyful experience shared by your users, you go toward the new concept of information commons and other ideas of making your space the third space. Third space meaning people are working in a space. So what space is the second space? After the first space is your home space. Home space is your first space. You are thoroughly comfortable in your home space, supposedly. And then the second space, you spend most of your time is workspace. And our goal should be to make our libraries the third space. So commensurate with our e-learning experience, e-resource experience, we must have multimedia corners with headphones in our information commons. We must have discussions permitted by our users. We must set up small creoles and corners where people can sit together, can talk and discuss, especially before the exam, before some submission of their projects or assignments. They need to discuss with each other. So allow them to bring their laptops, allow them to bring their books and Xerox materials. You must have something unique and modern in your outlook towards enriching enhanced user experience. Next, please. So when you are talking about letting them use the learning space, the library space as learning space as much as possible, please also provide the teachers classrooms kind of spaces within the library where, if needed, the teacher can take them with maybe some reference books. LIS teacher will take them how to use a dictionary, how to fill up a form regarding a reference tool. So there are classes on PubMed, how to use a PubMed search or how to do truncated search. So those should be there in the library corner in the information commons section. So what are the accessibility concerns? One important line we used to utter many a times, printed library. In the printed library, printed books era, books were for possession, but now books are for access. What is the difference? Difference is, in the bygone eras, not bygone, we have our print libraries side by side. We are in the hybrid era, but in the print library, we used to possess the books. The book will be purchased by the library. It will be with us till it is discarded or damaged beyond repair. But in today's electronic resource arena, access is the primary concern. We are not possessing any of the documents. We are only having access of the book. So we are accessing the book. For how long a library can access a book, that will depend on the licensing agreement between the vendor and the library. We can buy limited period access, maybe for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, by offering a stipulated fees to the vendor, or we can buy perpetual access, that is access beyond time, limitless, not time bound access, by giving them a hefty fees. But even perpetual access is usually confined within time period. Maybe it is a long term, but it is not timeless. They don't give you timeless access mostly. Even perpetual access is also bound by time, but that is a very long time, long period of time. So with better money, you get better time period covered in your access clause. Then you can buy access for one user using that e-resource for at one time, but you can spend more money on multiple users accessing that document at any given point of time. So it is kind of a tug of war with your resource, how much you can spend with how much users you are having, you are serving right now. So you will consider both options, and you will settle in between. For this book, maybe for Lisa, you will see that Lisa is a source which is rarely used, only by the researchers who are going through PhD in LIS or something. So Lisa, one user, single user access you are buying. So there are multiple considerations while you are going for these access options. Then there are campus-wide access. Anyone from anywhere in the campus, any computer of the campus, you can go and log in to your preferred resource. Versus remote access, you can access it from anywhere. And this anywhere also has some limitations. Sometimes remote access is access from your home. Sometimes remote access is access from anywhere in your state, in your country, or maybe sometimes in your continent, and sometimes anywhere from anywhere around the globe. Okay, so next consideration for IP-based access is a range of IP addresses given to the vendor. Within that IP range, if you are using one computer that comes within that IP range, then your access is enabled. But otherwise, if you are not within that IP-based IP range, you are going out of that IP range, you are using a computer which does not fall within that IP range, then you cannot access. There is the simple login password access. There is that access from device dependent access from mobile phone, which is being provided by many academic institutions right now. We are gradually moving towards mobile phone access. There are this access from tablets and or PCs. Next, please. So this is a library from abroad, and they are giving this anywhere access through their user ID and password. You can access their libraries. If you are an eligible user, then you can access anywhere from the world. Next, please. So access of e-resources are available through mobile tablets, and they are telling you to use this procedures they have given in their website. And I have shown this especially to remind you, whatever access opportunities you are providing to your users for electronic resources, you must remember in your mind that you must have proper promotion of your e-resources by listing, alphabetical listing of resources, categorization of listing of your electronic resources, as well as all access methods, processes should be delineated in a step-by-step way, so that the intelligent ones and the dumb ones, each one of your users can go through it and can go through the electronic resources, can use, save, browse, download, whatever they want to do with the e-resources. Whatever they can do, you should have some guidelines that you can do this, and you can, if you have any problem, you should contact this librarian, or maybe reference librarian, with email ID, WhatsApp number, and you also should promote your library through different social media units like Twitter and Facebook and whatever other areas you can use. You should go through that for maximum promotion of your services and resources, because you are giving your 100% for the development of your library. So your work does not end there. To promote your library for the optimal utilization is your motto. Next, please. So we are shifting towards virtual mode. From the direct human interaction, we are going through this phase towards virtual world. In this context, I will tell you to keep it in mind what Dr. Ranganathan, father of Indian library science, has cautioned us in his reference service book. He told us that this human interaction between the user, not that time, terminology was a bit different, but the meaning is that between the user and the librarian or reference librarian sometimes, should be very human. He said, your smile, your words can inspire a person who is going to use the library. It can inspire a wish in him, a confidence in him to articulate his reference query in a tangible way. Many a times, people do not have the exact question in mind. Maybe he is doing a query, but the formulation of the query is not exact or proper, not in information science terminology. So there should be reference interviews, there should be human, very loving, affectionate, caring approach from the part of the librarian to enthusiast that person into the optimum use of the library. That was relevant for print library, that is relevant for all kinds of libraries. We should keep in mind while we are designing our virtual services and other services, those should be combined with warmth, and as far as possible, there should be possibilities of two-way interaction between the library professionals and the users. Maybe through videos, maybe through Ask a Librarian service, maybe through other modes, but keep it in mind, when you lose touch of your audience, then you are disconnected. So connect, be connected with your users. Please keep them engaged in the library activities. So I will share my experience of a virtual library. In 2008, in Beijing, I have the opportunity to visit National Library of China, and there they have developed a virtual library. So they were guiding us how to use that library, and we were at the ground floor of the library, a hall room, a big hall room in the ground floor of the library, while we keep our hand on the wall of that room. Just keep my hand on the wall, and I saw that I am riding the stairs to go to visit the first floor of the library, and I was just moving my hand a little, and the scenario kept moving as if I am walking through the first to the stairs, to the first floor, and then browsing the racks, shelves of the books. Then accordingly, I am visiting all over the library. Okay, so you can collect a book from the shelf, and you can issue that book, everything. So that was a very intricate tool they use, and Chinese people are very technologically advanced and all, but gradually these virtual library are being implemented in various parts of the world. So if we have that virtual library, that might be very helpful for people who cannot walk properly, for people who have old age problems, okay, or who have cardiological problems. So there are vertigo problems, claustrophobia. So for those persons, just sitting at one room and visiting the library might be very beneficial. And there are the virtual tours which is available online too. Okay, so that is very, very beneficial. But keep it in mind to mingle with it, your voices, voices of the librarian, faces of the librarian, as if you are talking with him or her, so to enrich the experience. So we are having these digital resources, as we were talking about. We have this digital reference service, Ask a Librarian, and many other services. We have this trace on open access resources, and open access resources will be a key to to withdrawing this digital divide between the digitally rich and digitally poor countries. So open access is one strong weapon in the hand of developing countries like us. Then we have these open educational resources. We have our open access different resources like Directory of Open Access Journals, Directory of Open Access Repositories, PubMed in medical science. We have PubMed of National Library of Medicine. We have InMed, the counterpart of Indian Medlars, and we have our traditional digital library. Okay, so we have our National Science Library at Innsbruck, now Niskier. We have this TKDL, Traditional Knowledge Digital Library, which will have all the traditional knowledge, including Ayush, Ayurveda, and Unani, and so many other traditional medicines and other knowledges, which is available to us through oral traditions from generation to generation, from guru to disciple. It has been turned over to the new generation to keep the knowledge intact. So we must remember to shift. If we do not have, we must remember to shift towards information repositories, institutional repositories, and ETDs of our own. Next, please. But till now, we are talking about so many things, good things, but shifting to these new online mode is very, very difficult. We have to change so many of our mindset for fulfilling this. We need to be IT friendly, information technology friendly. Sometimes we take it as our God, as if IT is the be all and end all. It is above, far above the range of library information service. No, we must take it as a tool, which will serve our end. And what is our end? Our end is dissemination of information related services. Okay, so for procurement, like acquisition, processing, dissemination, preservation for long-term posterity, for everything, IT can be handmaiden, but it cannot be taken as the master of library information science. We should be the master with IT as our tool. We have the problem of the elderly people in our staff shying away from the technology. We should be patient enough to mobilize all our staff towards to facilitate the transition swiftly without any hindrance. There are this orientation problem. There are the experts in IT, and there are the casuals who doesn't think that this is so important, so they shy away from this. So we have to have the pauses. We should possess a right amount of blending between these experts and casuals. There are people who are subjanta or all-knowing. Whenever you are having some ideas you want to discuss with your staff, there will be people who will be this all-knowing and who will hinder the process of understanding many a times. You have to persevere. You have to be very patient and kind towards those types of people, so that they can also mingle with the main team gradually. You should remember that too much of anything is not good. For having some new tools, don't go for too much technology. Please have a right balance between technology, experience, core LIS ideas and values. So try to have a right kind of balance between the things. Then emphasis of technology should not be your sole motto. You will see there will be some, especially young people, who are too keen to implement technology, not so keen about providing better and unique services. They use technology for technology's sake. So you have to convince your young people, young staff, to use technology for betterment of services, which is matters, which is only which matters. Then conceptions, which is in the core area of LIS, should be taken care of. Next, please. So there are the problems, perpetual problems with our Indian academic libraries, most of them at least. Our speed of internet is a problem. Connectivity problem is there. Many a times when we are having a meeting or maybe an online lecture, many a times you will see connection is coming, going, and you always have a problem. You will always think what will happen if this happens. So that that induce anxiety in your preparation. There are the data problem. Your data is finishing, you have to top up, and as you know, video needs a lot of data. So data problem is especially true to the young people who are always going for growing for many a times for the downloading movies and all. So data problem is there. So hardware, software varies with stakeholders. So that is also a problem. Common platform, having a common platform, not having a common platform, that is also a problem. Next, please. So face-to-face interaction is missing, which is the problem with pandemic days. So difficult to monitor. Even when you are having a group of students or users, you are talking to them, it is very difficult to monitor because their audio, video, etc. is off. You cannot monitor whether they are there or not. Problem of interaction is different because you cannot see their body language, their sign language, because in a classroom or in a library reading room, you can see them and you can study their body language, sign language too. There are unwanted interruptions. Someone is pushing the bell, calling bell, or someone comes in. You have to do something, you have to have a call. So many distractions are there. There are noises and distractions which will result in lack of focus. There are sometimes lack of proper attire and seriousness because it is being done from your home. Many a times we forget that we should not, we should follow a formal dress and formal workstation. Next. Next, please. So the new normal is be casual and cool, but formal attire. Start so many new things, new ideas that you are having. You will fail because they are new, and then start again with your experience gained from the last endeavor. Then new approaches should be there to monitor your users. There will be WhatsApp groups. There will be different interfaces like Zoom meetings, like so many other. Google Meet is there, very user friendly. There is WebEx. There is other platforms. I personally prefer Teams, Microsoft Teams, because I can use that for create a classroom for each one of the semesters. Each semester I create a separate channel, but I call it a classroom, separate channel for each semester, and I can upload all the lesson plans and class materials, notes and all, and notifications, and they can also upload their assignments given by me. So at one place, at one channel, everything concerned with one semester will be there. So I think it is better than Zoom or Google Meet to use for specific group of audience. So you can see whether you have a specific group of audience, and you can use MS Teams. Microsoft Teams is one very good appropriate software, and you have to have new approaches to monitor users. What I do for my class, I always ask, because the audio video is off most of the time for data problem and connectivity issues. So what I do after I undergo some of the one concept, I ask someone by name about his or her idea about the concept, a question, multiple question I ask to my students using their names, and then he or she answers that question. And I always monitor the people plane in the Teams people plane, so that I can see all of them who are present, who is talking, who is not talking. So people plane monitoring, asking direct questions are two of the very useful approach by me. And also sometimes I ask them to switch on the video for just 1 second, so that I can understand their facial expression, whether they're getting bored or not. So that sort of things I use. And these are my new ways of being interactive. And they can, give a comment on chat. I see whether they are giving back some comments, and they also use chat for dropping a question or something. So what we should do in this new normal, we should combine the strength of the librarian and user. Teacher and student and librarian and user should combine their strength. Then only we can move beyond these obstacles and go towards an enriched experience. Next, please. So being collaborative and innovative. Last year, everything was different. Now we are going through totally different time. So what are the positive points? Positive points for having some progress towards this, towards fulfilling our promises to our users. So there are some rays of sunshine in this difficult situation too. We see that people, like even Shonu Sood, the actor, is famous now for reaching out to the poor people with helping out the disadvantaged population. So this helping out has been aggravated by this situation. The good people within each of us is growing more and more, and we are doing more and more work, which signifies we are having right values. So this is one good thing. And now even a person, a student or user who could not connect with Google Meet or Teams or Zoom, you can add on with to him with a telephone call. You are using e-learning tool for your class presentation, for your user presentation. You in a user specified domain, and stress on sharing and caring. You know, we must emphasize whatever resources we are having, we must emphasize on sharing and caring those resources. Okay, and innovative ways of communicating with people, as just explained, and using social media as vehicle of our thought of the library as a connection tool, with our user. Next, please. So we have to redesign everything. By being collaborative, innovative, we mean we have to redesign the time coordinate, we have to reshape the space coordinate, we have to realign the dress decorum, we have to reallocate the working hours, we have to keep it in mind, we do not do 24/7 service, because in that case, your family time suffers. So working hour should be stipulated, family focus should be reinvented. We should know how to relearn relationships so that our pandemic problems do not have any effect on the quality of our bonding with our friends and relatives and family and colleagues. Next, please. So collaborative age of collaboration now. So what you should do as a librarian, you should showcase your efforts of your library. You should applaud laudable cases. Wherever you find an example of a good case, applaud that. No, you should know how to clap hands when someone does something good. You replicate, you copy the good cases. You benchmark the good cases. Case studies, you study the case studies of good cases and use that for implementation in your library. You will start getting noticed if you do all of this, and it will speed up the processes of library information activities in your center. Please, next. No, this is the earlier one. Next one. Next, please. Next, please. So these are the days when we should blend our ways, the traditional ways with these new normal ways, should blend our ways. There are so many user-friendly technologies are being developed, should take advantage of them, but as a tool, not as our master. We should decrease our technophobia, especially we old people. New normals are being there for stay, so you should get adjusted to it. We should have policies to guide our work and our home life. Should know how to separate personal from professional. Should set a separate workstation, office kind of thing, one corner of your home, and use it as your office, and separate the two from each other. And you should know how to utilize the open and free software and your mobile phone for optimal usage of this new normal situation. Next, please. So beyond the four walls, you think out of the box and reinvent your library. You ask the experienced human beings and start sessions with your users, calling it a human library approach. you use environmental sustainability framework for making your library a green library. You use extension activities as to the flooded areas as boat library, and to the land areas as a mobile library. You use all approaches for library extension activities. This is the time when you need to reach to the household of the people. Then digital information commons, we have talked about it. Virtual library, libraries at the doorstep. I was talking about that with boats and with rickshaws, with vans. You take your library to the doorstep, like in our state, Duare Sarkar, government at the doorstep. We have our libraries at the doorstep of the underprivileged population, and we should take our library. People are not coming to our library. We should take our library to the community centers. Like in some villages, there is banyan trees. Around that, all people are having addas, having gossiping with each other, information sharing. So you take your library to that place. Next, please. Next, please. So beyond staff crunch, you do not think that you have one library or many librarians. If you have the right amount of courage and conviction, as a solo librarian, you can go forward, can serve many people. And there are solo librarians. There is a separate section for solo librarians under IFLA, where I am associated as a past secretary and present standing committee member. Okay, so IFLA, all of you, please go through IFLA library for different kind of scholarly documents on different facets of library information science. So networking, coordination, and resource sharing, they are the gods of today for collaborative, innovative work. Next, please. We can collaborate more and more in this pandemic time, signing memorandum of understanding, doing lots of webinar, FDP, lecture series, online training programs, workshops, digital classroom for user education, joint conferences with many like-minded professionals and organizations and academic institutes. Next, please. So next, please. So thank you very much for your patient hearing. So one question I have seen that, hello, should we go through question answer session, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so one question is some non-Indian website, free online courses. The best one is MIT. Okay, MIT provides beautiful courses. Okay, and you can do Google and you can go through whole list of courseware, WARE, courseware. If you give search in courseware, you can get first MIT. Definitely MIT is the oldest to offer courses, and you know there are free courses offered during the pandemic time. We have to keep a lookout. You can get some of the diplomas and degrees, just like last a couple of months ago, Shoyam was providing a course, free course. Okay, so those will be beneficial for you. And another question was on, I have courseware, how it is helpful for the, what is that? Very small letters. Kindly elaborate on courseware and
Higher education. Higher Education Institutes.
Okay.
HEI, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. No. Actually, the problem is the font is too small for my eyesight, you know.
Okay.
Getting older every day. So, okay. So, as I told you, MIT offers courseware, and we know just IGNOU offers courseware. There are so many courseware available. That is one click away. If you just search in Google, you use the key term courseware. Okay. Courseware in economics, courseware in your subject, specified subject, you will get long list of courses. Okay, and through these pandemic years, many of the course providers, they are not charging fees. Some are charging very nominal fees, some are free courses, originally free courses, and some are chargeable but very important courses. Just in computer science, you know, there are tutorials on almost every aspect of library information technology. Just there are beautiful tutorials for HTML, for learning website designing, for learning that scripting language. There are free courseware available from the giants of computing in the web. So you can go through those. And another question I saw a little back, that was a question on resources on economics. So, you know, there are the surveys, there are the World Economic Surveys being done. There are the United Nations different resources. So if you can go through the sites of United Nations resources in economics, you can get all that UNDP and other resources available for this thing. And another thing that I have told you during the lecture, please remember, you first go through a few important Indian universities. You just search e-resources available, e-resources in Delhi University Library, e-resources in Calcutta University Library, you know, 4 metropolises first. So you get a comprehensive resource. Yes. Even many of them have listed open resources also. Okay. And then you go to the e-resources listing of important foreign universities. Like you can go through the University of London, University College of London, there are the Oxford University and other. They are listing all the resources along with the open resources. Okay, libraries are always listing open resources. And for journals in any open resource journal in any subject, you go to DOAJ, Directory of Open Access Journals. There you can do subject search, you can get the journal resources, you can supply your user with the result, and she will be very pleased with your effort. And these institutional repositories are there, the Directory of Open Access Repositories. There you can have the listing of all repositories, Indian and foreign, abroad. And there also there is the provision for subject search. You can, if your institute is based on one subject, you can go through that door and do the subject search for journals, for institutional repositories based on that. And remember in mind that most of our famous institutes, educational institute, higher educational institute in India now are having their own institutional repositories. just as Raman Research Institute, the very famous one. It is having a wonderful institutional repositories with lots and lots of scholarly quality material for your users. And IISc Bangalore have beautiful repository. Most of CSIR institutes, they are having beautiful repositories. So you can have lots and lots of open access resources. And go through another thing also. Like if you are searching for novels or literary things, you go to Project Gutenberg. If you are going for other things, you go to the Peter Suber timelines, open access timelines. It is designed, developed, and updated by Peter Suber, the open access giant. So in open access timelines, if you just go through, you can see all initiatives in open access all through the globe in one line. It has been described over there. So you just find out your subject over there and click that, you go directly to their link. Okay, and also you can go through that knowledge, National Knowledge Commission. It has enlisted, it has arranged the open access resources. Okay, so there are so many things on open access. So you have to just go through them. How to provide hands-on? No. The question before. There was a question before, how to organize something. Achha, what is the future SciHub and LibGen in providing free information resources? Your view on legal complications raised by some of the. Oh, how to provide hands. Can you read it for me, please?
How to provide hands-on or practical training to students in online teaching.
Okay, that is a real problem. So how we have encountered it. First, we took a special, in the first wave of pandemic, we took a special permission from our Provici Academy, and for conducting at least classification and IT classes in our lab, and for 5 users at one time with physical distancing in the first wave. But in the second wave, it was tremendous. You know, it was a horror. And so most of us has lost someone in the second wave. It is really a horrible experience. And then nothing physical on site was possible. So what we did for information technology classes, we have gone through that sharing my screen, and then they were sharing their screen. Like, you know, I was talking about Microsoft Teams. So while I was teaching HTML, not HTML, HTML in Microsoft Teams, I am sharing my screen, and I am using my screen to give them the basic, the first HTML code for the very hello world, all of you know, hello world. So the first basic HTML code I am typing in my screen in Blackboard. You know, you can incorporate many things in Blackboard, in many apps in MS Teams. So Blackboard, and even if I am sharing a Word file, I am typing that, and they can type also in that same page. They can ask their question, they can type their inputs. I am asking them to write a program in HTML, write the HTML code for maybe designing a table of such and such width and breadth, and they are using, sharing their screen, that screen that they are using for that code. And I have purchased on my own Office 365 and many software on my computer, because I teach them this. So that is there. You have to take that, and the person, the teacher who is taking Dewey Decimal Classification practical, he was really very disappointed that he cannot take direct classes. But what we did, we use WebDB version, and also sometimes we use some pages, some important pages, PDF of some pages, some chapters, and also WebDB version to teach classification. And for teaching cataloging, what we did, that usually the teacher has one copy of the code. Many of the students has also a copy of the code, or we shared, some teachers shared some chapters, and through that chapters, by sharing screens, they tried to teach this thing. But the most problem that we have faced is in reference service. You know, we really missed the rich reference library of our university, where our students and reference service teacher, they spend long hours in understanding different reference tools. So what they had to do, they had to undergo the digital reference tools mostly. But as you know, most of the libraries where our students will be employed will have printed tools. So there lies the difference. So you can say that we have maybe we tried to do the practical classes, maybe 50-50 success rate, you can say. We would have preferred the real-time, real life situation, on-site situation, but as pandemic bars us from that, it is the next best thing for us.
Next question.
Sharing of screen, acha. Library classification, cataloging, okay. Sole ellipsis, win misses. Ellipsis, you know, ellipsis is not an open software, not available, very costly and all. So I think ellipsis practice, for ellipsis practice, what we did, we have one internship program, which is part of our 4th semester, that is the last final semester of MLIS, the 4th semester students. So what I did, this I have, as a head of the department, I am talking now, as head, what I have done, I talked with librarians of Vishwabharati University, which is a central university, and a very, they have a very good library over there. So Vishwabharati University Library, CSIR Library, both institute libraries, CSIR Library, and also another library, which is ISI Kolkata Library. So all three are great libraries. So we have 15 students in this batch. So group A, group B, group C, all of 5 each students, we send them, not send them, digitally send them. So this time it was digital internship. So what Vishwabharati Library did, they gave them that remote access login facility, and they have taught them how to use ellipsis and how to scan books and deposit in their database, as well as connect it to ellipsis for total retrieval, full text retrieval. So that is one of the things. Another thing I have, not I, we should thank our group effort. So this time in Ranganathan's birthday, our National Librarians Day, I had the opportunity of being the chief guest of National Library, and there I have talked with them about internship project of our students. So now that our students have completed their examination, they are going to National Library Kolkata, National Library, which is situated in Kolkata, National Library of India, for 1 month duration internship, where they will have physical on-site experience of real hands-on experience of doing things with all the software. The National Library have so many gadgets, so many technologies, gadgets, and so many experienced librarians over there and resources. So they will have hands-on experience of those things. And for Linux and everything, I have installed Linux. My system is dual booting. I have installed Linux here. I have shared screen. I have partial screen, like dual screen. I have done that dual mode. And also sometimes we do, we send them screenshots. If someone couldn't get something, we send them screenshots. Definitely lab experience cannot be simulated, but it is, as I told you, the next best thing. And we have to try. No, we cannot just sit back idle. We teachers has a responsibility to try as hard as possible. Any other question, ma'am?
I think we are done with the questions, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an informative session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really
Thank you
nice
so
to
very
have.
much.
It is really nice of you to have me, and it is really encouraging for me to learn so much from this intelligent audience. Thank you for making those intelligent questions and real life questions, very practical, pragmatic questions. Okay, and you can go through my profile and publications if you need for other resources. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Namaskar.
It was a wonderful session, isn't it?
Yes, Dr. Suman, I agree with you. I hope everybody has learned something new today.
I would like to thank Dr. Ramesh Gaur, Dr. Anand Kumar, and Dr. Susmita Chakravarti for sharing and enhancing the knowledge. Tomorrow, the session will start at 10:30 a.m. Please join 10 minutes prior to avoid any kind of inconvenience. Thank you all. The session is over for today. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.